I'm gonna call today's meeting to order. Jen, will you do roll call, please?
Mike Dolson, Tom McDonald,
Here.
Jennifer Finley, here, Jim Molitor, Carol Langford, Danielle Matt, Bing Matt, James Steele Jr., Martin Charlo,
Present.
Len Tucci.
Thanks, Jen. As always, we'll start with a prayer, and I think we're moving to my right. So Bing, would you please do us the honor for a prayer? Is that okay? Thank you.
My name's Colin Sutton. We thank you, Creator, for bringing us here today and bringing everybody safe right trip here today. We pray for those, Father, that lost loved ones here just lately. We pray for the Bordeaux family that just lost their brother here. We also pray for our children, our grandchildren, and our elders, Father. We pray for those that are struggling with the wars overseas, Father, and we just ask that you watch over them and protect them, Father, from any harm. We also ask you, Father, to watch over the council today and those out on the roads today, and especially with our law enforcement, fire departments, and whatever else, and our ambulances, services. Just ask you, Father, to watch over this for us today and guide us in making decisions that we have to be faced with today, too, Father. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Bing. Remember, if we're going counterclockwise, I thought I don't always get confused which direction. Were we going that way? No. Sorry, Bing. It's okay. Jennifer's up next. No. We have our minutes for your review. Yeah, go ahead, Len.
Just for clarification in regards to the discussion about your motion to move forward with the enrollment committee. The second line, it says Chairman Dolson polled the council and Carol and Jennifer were not in favor of the action, so there was no consensus in moving forward. What should have happened was the vote should have happened through the council. And although there was two that were against it, the motion still would have passed and we could have still moved forward with the motion. So although there was just, he took the consensus, the action still should have moved forward with the motion if it passed through the entire council.
Carol?
Yeah, I don't know if I want my name in there. I mean, just because I wasn't in favor of it, wasn't totally against it either. But the other thing, anybody on the thing can make an motion, so why didn't you make a motion? I mean, that's the way a motion happens as we initiate it.
Yeah, I made a motion.
Yeah,
That was,
And Len seconded.
I did.
Or you seconded?
Yeah,
Second.
not, and I didn't ask, or, yeah, sorry, excuse me. You know, that we had a motion and a second on the floor, and
he invoked whatever 5D, he's not here to defend himself, of course, but, I understood the logic, but again, same with that, it wasn't, we didn't need unanimous consensus. You know, and I think just getting it going is important, you know, we'll set the parameters as, the group should set the parameters, you know, like, I think the only thing we should, I don't know, I mean, yeah, we got a week to think about it, I guess.
Yeah, and my main concern is I just wanted the community involved. I don't want it to just be us. I think there's a lot of people in the community who want to be part of it.
Abby, towards the end where we're talking about the highway department, they're presenting their report. Tom McDonald discussed public education. Environmental constraints is a negativity, and we'd like MDOT to consider correcting problems on the highway and do some restorative action. It was, my point was that they listed in their PowerPoint environmental constraints when it should have said environmental opportunities. And the word constraint is a negativity, and opportunities is what we're trying to do restorative action on the highway. That was my point I was trying to make to MDOT. So if you could just say environmental constraints is a negativity and it should be environmental opportunities. And he would like MDOT to consider correcting problems on the highway. If you just say that, I think that might get my intention. Thank you. If I may, I know there's concern over the first enrollment thing. If I may just offer this up for Carol and Jennifer. Just to say, Carol and Jennifer were not in favor of the action without more detail or more definition of involvement and study, or I don't know what pros and cons. I don't know what, I think that's what you're after, Carol, was what are the true effects of any proposal? Just study would do. Is that okay? Does that work? Yeah, go ahead, Len.
So the problem I have with this is we have the membership reading this. It's going to appear that we don't understand Robert's Rules of Order. Because we've got two things going on there. We have a motion, we have a second, and then we have the chairman making a consensus for the council. So we got two different actions there. I don't know. It just kind of bugs me that it's going to confuse the people, especially with such a sensitive issue as this. I don't know how we can modify that, but I just don't. I just don't agree with how it's written. It's just making the chairman look like he has more power than the council when the council makes a motion in a second, and then he overrides that. That's what it appears to me, and I just don't agree with that. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. It was second guessing one of the councilman's motion. So if anybody has any ideas or suggestions on how we want to change that or even just, what's that? Yeah, I don't know, but. Tom,
Ben's right. The chairman should have asked for a tabling the motion. Because it is confusing. I'm trying to pull it up, but yeah, now that you say that, Lynn, yeah, it's not in the right process. So it looks like the chair overrode us as a full council, because there was a motion, he should have asked for tabling the motion until and ask for a consensus. So it's in the right process.
He did invoke the 5-day rule is what my recollection is. And so you could just put it in there as that.
It's
And
tabled with the 5-day rule.
Mhm. Because we didn't, I mean, basically, he put off the vote.
Yeah.
So, and it wasn't, which is, I guess, for the sake of, us, is why he did it, because he didn't want people to vote against it and have it look like they didn't support this, which I believe, everyone pretty much did. It's just a matter of the parameters and everything. So I think that'd be the cleanest way to do it.
You're right.
So in the,
I thought he pulled it back because of his schedule. He said, I want to postpone this because of my schedule. It wasn't because of us, it was because of his schedule.
that's why I went to, the link that he went, because he wasn't gonna be here this week.
Yeah.
And James wasn't gonna be here. So we could say it will be tabled and revisited in 2 weeks. There's no consensus moving forward, and this motion will be tabled and it'll be revisited in 2 weeks. Yeah. Does that work? Kinda? Len?
yeah,
Okay. You got that, Jen? I mean, Abby? I know Jen does. I can see her.
I think so. I'll just send it out to you guys and see if it's correct.
Thanks, Abby. Is there any other corrections for the minutes on February 22nd minutes?
Yeah.
Motion by Martin to approve the minutes with corrections. Second by Bing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? We have 6-4, 1 abstention. Danielle? Okay, we have today's agenda. And I believe we have 1 walk-in. Do we have any other additions? Changes to the agenda? Motion by Martin to approve today's agenda. Second by Bing. Thank you, Bing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous, I believe. Okay, let's go ahead and take our walk-in.
Yeah, Charlene would like executive.
Okay, we'll move into executive. Get Tara Urban up first. Okay. Well, good. Okay, good coverage there. Morning, Brad, come on up. You covering Tara? Okay, cool. For sports? Motion to approve. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, good morning, council. So Tara asked me to come in to get permission from you guys to do for the softball and for the baseball association to get approval for this. And if you guys have any questions, I can ask Tara when she gets out of her training. So,
So these are, Mr. Chair,
Hey,
yeah,
Carol?
so this is just approving the baseball fields for the upcoming
yeah,
25 years, is it 25?
I think those are the previous ones, I believe.
Oh, it's for the year of, in option one, it's approval for 24. So I would go with option one. Would that be a recommendation that she would make? Or did she tell you what option?
She didn't tell me any options.
Carol, I believe that's what we've been doing is the short-term, leases to the different, baseball and softball associations where these fields are located on tribal lands. I think that's just their standard, recommendation is to approve, the permit for an annual permit.
And there's an insurance required, so
Yeah.
I would go ahead and make a motion. to
Motion
go-
by Carol to approve option one, approve the St. Ignatius Softball Association for April, for 2024, April 24 through September of 24.
Otherwise, we're gonna have all those parents after us.
Martin?
I will second the motion, but I want to make sure that we have signage down there saying that those are,
Yeah, so Tara did say that there is signage at all of them except for Charlo, because Charlo's was stolen. So they are getting signage for that one.
'cause I honestly never knew that was tribal property in ROE. It's cool that it is, but, you know. Used to go hang out down there. Emotional.
So who is the Charlo field named after? It's a stipe, isn't it?
I have no clue.
I always thought Jimmy Cahoon, a guy who has huge family, but just done so much well back in the day when these guys were small.
The tribal fields that are east of the railroad tracks? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tribal land. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the permit for the St. Ignatius Softball Association. Any further discussion? See none, all's in favor? Unanimous?
Mhm.
You did really well, Brad.
Thanks for doing this for the first time. Thanks, guys.
All right, Ann, you're up. Good morning.
I'm asking for approval today to enter into a consultant agreement with a counseling master's level student in the education department at the University of Montana. Contracts and Grants advised me that I needed to get permission from you to do a non-competitive agreement so that I didn't have to solicit bids. The reason for that is that we were referred this student by the education department. We have for years and years gotten referrals from the psychology department to have our psychology students come and offer screenings and counseling services to our clients. We don't have psychology students this year. One of our psychologists that was exiting told us that the education department could provide a student, and so we contacted them and they offered us, Marcia Brownlee. So I'm asking for permission to enter into that consultant agreement with her without having to solicit bids. And also in the future to get students from the psychology department, education department, or possibly even social work to get students up to our office without having to go through that procurement process. And also, just to give you a little more background, our psychology students are supervised not only by a faculty person, but also by Dr. Scolati, who's our clinical consultant. This person would not be supervised by Dr. Scolati because she's not a psychology student, but Shanley Swanson, who's in our office, has the ability to supervise her because she's a MSW LAC. So this person would have both a faculty supervisor and then Shanley, who's already been providing some training to her.
Just one question, Ann. Is there any other institutions that you've looked at utilizing?
Or
So-
other universities?
Yeah,
We've gone to SKC, asking for students. We haven't gotten referrals yet. Other than that, the only other institutions we've had is, law schools sometimes have people who get fellowships and get their law school to pay for them to come out and intern for us. We've gotten that just by way of word of mouth in the past.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I'm wondering, you know, and following up to Tom's comment about Walla Walla. I know
Oh.
they had a satellite office in Missoula and a lot of the social workers here went through their program. And I'm wondering if they're required to do internships also.
Yeah, we have, Shanley and I have talked about going to them as well, and it was part of our conversations we were having with the Providence Foundation when they were coming to us and offering assistance, and how we might build in an intern through Walla Walla once, Shanley is able to be on board through that Providence funding. So yeah, we've looked at them also. But so far, for this particular purpose, it's always been the university clinical psychology program. And this is the first time we've ever utilized the education department. Didn't know that they had master's level mental health counselors there. And this person is really qualified, and able to just step in and provide screenings to begin with, and then she may be doing some one-on-one counseling with some of our clients.
Yes, and so based on the action requested, there's no term to this. So with the potential of other institutions besides University of Montana, could we modify your request and say other institutions besides including University of Montana?
That would be wonderful. If I
Okay.
could go to other institutions, I would love to do that.
Motion by Martin to approve defenders to enter into the consultant agreement with Marcia Brownlee and other counseling psychology students referred to us by the respective departments at the University of Montana and other higher learning institutions without having to solicit bids. Is that your motion? Okay. Second by Bing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor? Glenn? No? Carol? Okay, we have 6-4, 1 against. Len? Thank you.
Thank you. That helps a lot. Thanks.
Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me today. This one? Okay, thank you. I have 3 items to bring this morning. The first being a grant proposal. So we are, oh, there we go. Proposing to, or, putting together a proposal for Vital Grounds, which is a nonprofit agency, for grizzly bear, and other T&E species and connectivity. What we are proposing is to, use the grant funding to purchase 2 cider presses. That is something that we can use in we used to be our Bear and Cider Festival that we'd host annually, but we're transitioning that into a fall wildlife festival. And each year, that festival is kind of contingent upon having available cider presses and renting those. And so if we were able to purchase those with this grant, we'd have those secured, and could use them for other outreach events. We're looking at potentially getting into the Lake County Fair and doing some outreach events there. And so cider presses would be good. And then potential some other kind of local events in Polson as well. And so the grant is requesting funding for cider presses for non-lethal carnivore prevention work and outreach.
Question, Carrie, would our food sovereignty program be able to borrow the cider press or be able to use them?
Yeah, I think that would be a good connection there too, because we'll again have them, but they'll be stored most of the year. So I think that would be, yeah, a great addition to that use. Oh, the only thing I wanted to bring attention to with this grant is they do only allow 5% IDC. So if you look at the budget there, total IDC costs for the project would be about $800. I forgot to total that up, but only 236 would be able to come from the grant. So our program would have to cover the remaining IDC.
Any questions? All those in favor of cider? No, I'm just joking. Motion by Jennifer to approve the grant application to Vital Ground. Second by Martin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? I believe it's 6-4. Danielle's out of the room. Motion passes.
Thank you. And then with that, there was a resolution that I was going to submit with the application as well. So that I think I just sent to Abby in a Word form. And then
Was that your motion? Motion to approve the resolution? Oh, Jennifer, was that your motion? To approve the resolution? Okay.
okay, perfect. Thank you. And then the first collection permit we have here is from Amy Quincy. She's a, I believe, faculty member at the University of Montana there in Missoula at the Technical College. And this is a continuation of the small mammal trapping, testing hantavirus and the transmission rates along the.
Carrie, I thought we already approved this one.
So there's 2. One
There's
of them
2?
is her student.
Oh.
So her student's doing
Okay.
like an additional.
You guys have the deja vu moment.
I know. Shannon just brought it in, I think, or Peter brought it in last week. So this is for the larger study that's been going on for probably about
Okay.
10 years. And then her student, the one that you guys saw last week, is working in the same area, but testing, doing different research. And so this is a collection permit requesting for Amy to be able to continue that kind of larger grid small mammal trapping study.
I'd make a motion to approve the collection permit for Dr. Amy Kay.
Motion by Martin. Second by Bing. Any further discussion on the antivirus study? Collection permit? Seeing none, all's in favor, show of hands. Carol? Okay, 6-4. Danielle was out of the room. She's abstaining.
Okay, thank you. And then the last collection permit that I have today is on page 24 in your collection, or in your council packet, agenda packet today. And this is a collection permit, so each year, I would say for the last probably 8 years or so, we've been working with Fish, Wildlife and Parks to do some white nose syndrome testing for bats in certain caves on the reservation. And so we will generally accompany them on certain days and going into these caves and doing some kind of swabs. And then they take the samples back and they test them. They cover the cost of testing. And so this is a collection permit to continue that work this year. And I believe they did this one for maybe, since it's one that we've done collaboratively for quite a few years, we're hoping that this would be a 5-year permit so that I'd still report annually on the collection permit, but that this one would cover for 5 years for them to do that work with us.
Any questions about the white nose bat study? Yeah, go ahead, Len.
So just to get this straight, they're gonna catch a bat and then swab his nose? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, and so we do this work during the winter, so they're hibernating. And so it's not like a swab of the nose, but it's just like a Q-tip that they run along the back, and they're looking for like certain spores. Not mold spores, but there's different, like the fungus, it's a fungal spore. And so they test kind of the back, they just like rub a Q-tip up the back and it doesn't affect them because it's just like a really quick swipe. And then they usually test about, 20 to 30 bats in different areas of the cave. And then are just looking for that fungal spore that is like a precursor to white nose syndrome.
Interesting.
Any other questions? Motion by Len to approve the white nose bat syndrome study for collection permit for 5 years. Second by Martin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you very much. And that's
Thank
all
you.
I had. And I'll have the collection permits here for signature as well.
Okay.
Is that?
Thanks, Carrie. Do we need to take a break? No break?
Right after Seth.
Right after Seth. Oh, Seth's gonna be really quick, huh?
Good morning, Vice Chair McDonald, council members. I have a contract modification request before you to actually, and we're on, I believe, page 29 of your agenda. This relates to contract number 23134, which is with the groundwater modeling consultants in the Jocko Valley. And they've requested a cost adjustment to bring the work to completion. The groundwater flow models are very complicated for them, and they're expending more effort basically than we anticipated, but they will close out the work with this effort, and it comes before the council because it exceeds the $250,000 cap that, where these issues come to the council. So if I can address questions, otherwise I have an action statement I can read.
Any questions for Seth? Pretty important study. We would base our water protection zoning based upon this. Okay. I don't see any more questions. So you need a motion for modification to the contract 23-134 in the amount of $39,600. Is that correct, Seth?
That's correct, yeah.
Martin is making the motion. Go ahead.
Is there a similar study being done in Hot Springs? as well?
It's, similar objectives, different approach, but yes, same effort is undergoing, try to create groundwater management areas, yeah.
Motion by Martin. Second by Bing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor? Unanimous?
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Seth. All right, we'll take a quick break. 5 minutes? All right, don't everybody jump up at once. Okay, let's come back into session. Next up, we have Patty. Good morning.
Good morning. So we're here to talk to you about Title IV. Our current agreement for Title IV is coming to an end, the end of June. And so we need to begin our negotiation phase for another 7-year agreement with the state. We need to reply to them in writing that, yes, we want 4E to continue and we want to begin that negotiation. So I've drafted a letter for chairman, vice chairman's signature for us to begin to do that. As we put this in front of chairman, he asked for just kind of a brief update of Title 4E. How many youth do we have in it? How many families have gone through it that we're continuing to monitor? What's going well and what are some of our struggles with it? So I've asked Marcy to come and kind of talk us through some of that.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to go through initially what Title IV-E is. So it's the Social Security Act, Title IV-E, and it provides federal funding for foster care, adoption, and guardianship assistance, as well as administration and training funds to support that care with the intention of protecting and supporting tribal children and families. We have our 4E program within Tribal Social Services with 4 staff that include the Child and Family Services Program Manager, who is Jason Heavyrunner. We have the 4E Supervisor, who is Dalen Weaselhead. And we have 2 administrative staff who are Jessica Cooper and Debbie McCauley. We have 63 children who are currently 4E approved that are currently in care. And then we have current monitoring of 96 4E guardianships with paid services and 35 4E customary adoptions with paid services. So some successes of our 4E program. We have staff that research and identify children who are enrolled CSKT and elsewhere. We have staff who obtain children's personal identification documents and identify available services for the majority of children in care. And then we have retention of 4E staff. The staff there have been there for 7 to 13 years. We have staff that have continued and improved communication and collaboration with our Montana Child and Family Services regarding children in care. So there's a good collaboration there. Some of the challenges that we've had are limited case file storage. We have our file storage in multiple areas, which can be challenging. We also struggle with having available time to further complete cross-training. Cross-training is something that we like to encourage within social services, but having the time available to do that is really challenging.
Any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Len.
About how much funding do we get annually?
I don't have a number for you, but I can get it. The task order that I read last night says 105,000 and something, but I don't know if that's annual every year or if it varies according to the year. So that's an approximate for you.
Thank you.
What is the process? I mean, when you say you want to re-enter, what is there negotiations? Is there you can ask for more?
Yeah, so we'll enter the negotiation phase. There's a recommended team that comes together and meets with the state. They'll come here and they'll meet with us. We'll ask a representative from council to be part of those meetings. Lana will definitely be part of the meetings, Marcy and her staff and Patricia. So there'll be a whole team that will start. They'll kind of lay out what negotiations will look like. We can pull our data and our documents and then be prepared to begin to move forward those next steps. And it'll be led by Mick Leary.
That's the term of 7 years, is that codified by something in Social Security Act or what?
That's a really good question. I'm not really sure the answer to that. I just know our last one was 7 years, and the letter that we received from the state was to begin to negotiate for our next 7-year agreement. But I can do some exploration to see why 7
just
years. I
curious.
think that's interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
not sure.
Any other questions from council? No, we want that to be 1.7 million. What is it? Okay, good start. Got what, case file storage space and other issues? We need more money. We need more money for the kiddos.
We need more money and we need a good database that helps them move into the electronic mode instead of paper copies, which means locked files,
Okay.
locked electronic files.
Well, I would entertain a motion to approve the letter to Mick Leary. Start the process. Martin, motion by Martin. Second by Bing. Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you.
Thank you. If I have another letter that if I could present to you or.
You have to ask Dan's permission. You're taking his time. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a letter that I sent this morning. I don't know if Jennifer can share it with you all, but it would be a letter to Director Charles Barrelton, who's the head of Director of DPHHS. So it really is in response to our thoughts around House Bill 872. I know we have Jennifer and Carol going to that meeting next week. We thought it was important to get some thoughts in writing in front of them instead of all verbal next week. If you look at the letter, the real guts of the letter is to really to get them to recognize sovereignty. And we're asking them to set aside a portion.
We have the letter, Patty.
I didn't attach it. I'm
But
sorry.
I believe you.
Sorry. Pardon me? Yeah, I do. I have one copy. Sorry about that. My apologies.
Well, I mean, it's a good start to put stuff in writing, but it's not all, that's not exhaustive of everything you.
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll be meeting with Councilwoman Finley and Langford.
I don't know why we wouldn't approve
prep
that,
them.
you know, it seems like a good
Yeah.
start.
The goal really is for them to recognize sovereignty and to consider setting aside a portion of that 300 million to go to tribes in Arizona, in Montana. You can tell where I've been for like 30 years. And we put in a couple of different formulas. One of the formulas that we put in there was looking at the number of Medicaid users that are American Indian, and based on that percentage, it would be approximately $58 million would be in the set aside. If we did it by population, looking at the 2000 US Census numbers, that number would be about 18 million, but we know that the census is an undercount for American Indians across the nation, not just Montana. Those are the two formulas that we put in the letter for the state to begin to consider what that set aside would be. We also felt it was important to get some of these comments in the letter so we can get that information out to the other tribes. So we're all beginning to say the same thing as we advocate for tribes across Montana. So it's essentially what's in the letter.
Cool, lead follower, get out of the way. I like it. Any questions? Yeah, Len?
Patty, do you have an estimated amount of how much of the 300 million that the tribes should be asking for? Just a rough guess. I don't know.
That's a really good question. I really think the tribes should be asking for the state to put some funding up front for the regional healing center,
That was
which
my
has
next
been named
question,
Red
yeah.
Shield 8 Nations, right? So tribal members are citizens of Montana. They need that residential treatment healing, and the tribe or the state should be funding some portion of that. And then also putting some money together so that we can build this system of substance use treatment across the state for all Native people, but then also the developmental disabilities. So I have to say, we don't talk enough about developmental disabilities for children that become adults. And they are also very underserved in the system and very different than treatment. But those are the two areas that this 300 million is really set aside to fund. And it is generated to improve the system across the state of Montana, which we know are failing systems. So DPHHS is having all of these meetings to hear from the communities on the different topics about that are related to substance use and also developmental disabilities. Another area that's really one that we need to work on creating and improving is the crisis system. We don't really have a crisis system here on the reservation to be able to deploy and move in and assist in those mental health crises across the board. And that's another area that the state is very much looking at. When you look at the numbers, as for how much dollars should they set aside, that's a really tough question. I would say somewhere between 18 and 58 million based on these two formulas. The state has already set aside about 27 million for 5 different, what they call near-term initiatives. So as they've been having these commission meetings across Montana, topics have arisen that they want to begin to fund immediately. And so they've got to the governor's office, who has agreed to begin to fund them. They call them near-term initiatives. They are competitive grants, and they're in 5 different areas right now. So that takes about 27 million of that 300 right off the books. But there's the remainder of decisions to be made how to use that 300 million. And I believe through Rocky Mountain tribal leaders and also the American Indian health leaders, it's clear that tribes feel there should be a set aside. So this just puts it in writing that we feel that's how this state should consider and move forward.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, one of the initiatives I was just talking to Patty about, and I don't think it comes out of the Department of Public Health and Human Services, but it would be a expansion or improvement of drug courts across the state of Montana. I really feel that other tribes need to get involved, and I think it's a community getting well in its own community. And I really believe it does work. When we went to Tulalip, I seen some amazing things going on there. And I think amazing things are going on here. And I think we just need to build on top of it. I mean, we talk about the meth and fentanyl, alcohol. And I see community coming together to get sober. And I also see this as, I envision this also being in the school system, and Patty told me there is a youth part of the, I don't know if it's money that you get, but I see this also expanding into the school system, and that's to me preventative care for our children against drugs and the whole gamut. So I would like to at least sometime down the near future have the Tribal Leaders Council look at drug courts for the other tribes, and I'm not sure if there's any other tribe that has one at this point, but I certainly would like to see that happen. But they also, like you said, Patty, they have to have a model. They can't just go in and try to develop something. You need to kind of follow the model, the non-punitive model, and treating people with respect, even though they are in a bad way. But then they start to gather that, there is people who do care about their situations, and a lot of them have mental health, trauma, all of that. So I think there is hope, but I would like to see somewhere that start up in the state and Wyoming.
Yeah, and I think CSKT is building a good model that we can begin to share with the other tribes.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you for bringing up crisis services. What is Tribal Health doing right now to start thinking about crisis services in the future for our reservation?
Yeah, so right now we're having some dialogue around crisis and beginning to look at other models. As one of the near-term initiatives that is out there now as part of House Bill 872 is the building on the crisis system that already exists in some areas. And most of the state's crisis system is built around in particular cities or in particular counties that may have invested in that. And they're looking to build those models throughout the state. So there is some funding there to begin developing it. There will be, I would guess, some state model that brings forth resources in the future also.
And just a follow-up, as we build out our website, is there going to be a place on there where people can get connected to or have the contact information to all the crisis services that exist? Like the Veterans Suicide Hotline, and the Rape Crisis Hotline. I mean, there's other national services that people here can be connected to. But I don't know, people don't think about that until they need it. But is there going to be a place on our Tribal Health website where people can go if they're in crisis and get a list of services that they could connect to?
And I don't know if that's on the website now, but certainly something we can look to make sure gets added. It's a good point.
All right, is it the consensus of council to send a letter? All right, I'm going to sign this right now on behalf of Mikey.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's get started. Come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Today I have with me Mike Perry, Superintendent of our Lee Schools.
Good afternoon, council. Great to see
Good to see you again.
a few of you.
Well, we got a couple in transition, so.
Yeah,
We got the important people here.
okay, that's good. You've seen our report. I don't know if you have questions. A couple things that I would like to add to you that aren't on the report when looking at our, we've changed the name of our, what used to be the Indian Club to a much more appropriate name. So it's now the Arlee Indigenous Students Association. And they are really picking things up and becoming quite active. For instance, this next week, they'll be traveling to Spokane to go to the Salish Conference. We have a large number of students going. And then in April, the RISE Conference is actually going to be in Missoula this year. Last year it was in Billings. And we attended and had our board chair go last year, and hopefully he'll attend again this year. So our student groups are becoming very active, which is great to see. The other thing that I would like to bring to your attention, just possibly a concern. So when you see our test scores, I was hoping to bring an update to our test scores, but Arlee is one of the schools that's piloting the new testing system for OPI. It's called MAST instead of Smarter Balanced. I wish I could tell you what MAST stands for, but I can't keep up on the acronyms. But what it's designed to do is supposed to be shorter. They call them testlets. And so basically they take 30 minutes to 45 minutes each, and then we get immediate feedback. However, because it's a new system, I can't get group reports until after March 1st. So we have no way to compare. So to give you an idea, we will not be taking the Smarter Balance tests in Arlee this year because we're this pilot group. And so no one can really give us any information either at this point as to how closely the mass tests will resemble Smarter Balance as far as comparing. But this is where OPI is headed. They're hoping that the MAST will take over for Smarter Balanced and will no longer test our kids on 1 week out of the entire year to see what they're doing. These testlets will happen 3 times throughout the year and give us much better feedback. Again, we'll get immediate feedback instead of feedback the following school year, which really doesn't do us any good. I thought I'd also give you an update on the building project. The final drawings for the new 3 through 6 building were finished last Friday. And so they are actually going out to bid. The bid documents will go out next week. And we're hoping to open bid documents on February 27th. March 27th. And then be ready to break ground beginning of April. So we hope that when we get to that date, we'll get you informed and invite you all to come out and be part of that.
When's the tentative completion date?
Completion date is the beginning of August 2025. This building project has definitely been a eye-opener. Just give you an idea, we had our building committee and we met with the architects and we came up with what we wanted. We gave that to the contractors and they came back and we were about $2.5 million short of what we wanted versus what we could afford. I think that's kind of life in general, I'm sure. So we've spent a lot of months making sure that we've made appropriate changes that we can still have the school that we want for the money that we can afford. So it took us till about 2 months ago till we finally got those things to match up and are ready to go out to bid. We have heard from the contractor that the bidding climate actually is kind of turning in our favor right now. That there's a lot of companies that are hungry out there for work. So I'm hoping that will help with us. We have, at the end of our bidding documents, we have, they call them alternates. So we have right now a list of 18 alternates in order of preference, how we want them fulfilled. So as the money, as the bids come in and we see what money is available, we'll be able to just put those alternates right in. So.
Go ahead, Martin.
Where's the new building gonna be located and what kind of size?
So if you're familiar with how you would pull up to what is now the K2 building, so the new building will be in the front of that K2 building. So now when you pull into that, you'll see the front of the new school, and then the K2 will extend off the back of that.
And then follow up. Are you guys doing away with that baseball field then?
The softball
Softball
field,
field, yeah.
yes, at the end, so they're gonna be able to finish this season. And then after Memorial Day, we're gonna move that the softball field to the west. So where you would come into the driveway in the K2 and the softball stadium or field is right there, it'd be on the other side of that driveway.
So if council doesn't have any more questions for Mike, we'd like to go into executive and
Oh,
call
yeah, I got
Patty down.
one question.
Okay.
Looking at your number of American Indian teaching staff and administrators is listed as 12.
Yeah.
What is your total number of teachers and administrators?
If we look at our entire staff, K-12, counting everybody, we're probably about 93. Oh, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. So at the bottom of page 57, you'll see that we put in for an Office of Indian Education grant, and we were successful. It's a 5-year grant, and you can see that the strands are culture, reading, and counseling. So basically what that allowed us to do is bring in another mental health counselor on staff for the next 5 years. We're also going to be able to hire 2 reading specialists for the next 5 years. That's all they will do is work on reading. And then the culture part is to recruit and retain Native American educators. And so that's what we use with our Indian Studies teacher that we have. And then actually we have 2 part-time Native American Studies teachers, one that kind of basically does K2 all day. And I say it's half-time because she also covers some music. And then we have another teacher that does half-time Native American Studies, 3 through 6.
So what is your goal for staffing as far as Native American? Is it to be equal to the percentage of the Native American population in the school, or just gain more, or?
Yeah, the idea is to gain more, retain what we have and to gain more. I mean, again, what that percentage isn't even close, you know, to what our Native American population is. And so again, it's recruitment.
So would your goal is to have your administrative and teaching staff reflect the student population?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We need to have our students see those options and have those mentors that are there in the building for them.
Are any of those 12 individuals administrators?
No.
Any other questions from staff? Oh, I got one more. It's you have a wrestling program.
Yes,
Is that girls and boys or just boys?
girls and boys.
Okay.
Yeah, and we should have, our Lee wrestling was on a really good run until we got to divisional wrestling and we got hit by the sick bug. And we had a bunch of our wrestlers that could not finish. In fact, we had 3 visits to the ER from divisional wrestling to take wrestlers in. And one of those who should have been qualified for state is one of our freshman girls. I think we had 5 girls out this year. So the program is growing.
Yeah, it appears to be growing in every school. You know, it's kind of a real cool thing. I just
It is.
wondered how it was in Arley.
Yep. And then this year we have also added baseball. So, we'll be co-oping with Mission. Arlie and Mission, I don't know what they're gonna call it. I mean, we kind of got used to
This is the
MAC
first
with
year for
softball.
that?
This will be the first
Okay.
year.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I do, right? I mean, everyone calls MAC softball. M,
Gotta be Arlesians before they're
Alphabetical.
missionized, right? Yeah.
yeah, we'll go alphabetical with the AM something. So yeah, that actually starts, Monday. This next Monday.
Board hogs.
War dogs.
Well, I got to call into my Jesuit friend to try to put some extra pressure on the big guy so that if Arlie meets up with Loyola again, you're going to win.
I wish I had your confidence. I've seen him play too much.
Oh, they're beatable.
So we are very excited though to obviously get our boys qualified for state. So they did what had to be done in the end. And so we're looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah. Good for you. Congratulations on that. Any other questions for in regards to the report? If not, we wanted to go into executive session. Okay, we'll go into executive session.
Can you call Patty Hibler?
And I would entertain a motion to accept the Arlie Public School System annual report. Motion by Bing, second by Martin. Any further discussion? See none, all's in favor? Unanimous? Go ahead, Carol.
I'm just curious if we shouldn't put something on the record for what we just asked for. Looking at the qualifications, at the regulations, whatever they are for CPS, on sharing and that kind of. Basically what you said, and making sure somebody's attending this meeting.
Well, I'm going to request that Martin repeat what I said because he's got a photographic memory.
Okay, go ahead, Martin, repeat it. I'll make a motion. Go ahead, Abby, what did we say?
As executive. We are.
Maybe we, yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
I guess just, yeah, to kind of put it on the record that we directed our executive, who oversees CPS, to have staff attend the, what was it called? The monthly, county interdisciplinary safety coordination meeting for public schools, so.
So look at the limits and parameters for the program to allow their input.
And what Carol said, if she had her mic on, to look at the parameters of sharing information across departments with school systems to improve the safety and welfare of our children.
Thank you, Martin. We'll attach that to our, right next to the action of accepting the Arlie Public Schools annual report. Abby, thank you. All right, next up.
Thank you.
You guys. Tabitha, Les, Craig. Oh, come on, Frank, there's an empty chair right up there. Come on up. Go ahead, Tabitha.
Good afternoon, members of the council. We're here to talk about the compensatory wetland mitigation. Kind of more broadly, I wrote it out in the issue brief, but I can kind of go through it and then we'll have several questions for you at the end. So the waters and wetlands are regulated by the Army Corps, as you all know. If an applicant impacts those waters, they have to mitigate for those impacts. And so right now, there's 3 ways people can do that. So it's private mitigation banks, which are for-profit institutions. We've never done that on the reservation that I know of. There's permitted responsible mitigation, which is the primary way that we've achieved mitigation here on the reservation. And then there's in lieu fee mitigation, which is similar to some of what has happened here on the reservation, but in lieu fee proper hasn't been used yet on the reservation. So there's one organization here in Montana that does in lieu fee. They're called Montana Freshwater Partners, and they essentially charge a fee to applicants who have an impact that's regulated under the Corps, and then they take on all the responsibility for the long-term mitigation needs. So they'll design, construct, and then they can do all the long-term monitoring and management, but that often comes out, depending on the landowner, those things get negotiated. So here on the reservation last year, Freshwater Partners sold, actually it was in 22, Freshwater Partners sold credits to MDT. So they had a 1.69 acre credit sale for wetland impacts from the Highway 93 project. So technically they could achieve those credits anywhere in the lower Clark Fork watershed, but they approached the tribes. They approached the Natural Resources Department to see if we wanted to partner with them so that they could mitigate for those locally. So we worked with them starting really last summer. We started thinking about what site we might want to do that at. So we went to several properties managed by the fisheries program and identified the Jocko Spring Creek site there at the old Shaw Ranch as a spot that we might be able to work with them that would have high potential for restoration. They were pushing it. Potential for restoration, and that would be a good fit for their needs there. So we started doing all the site assessments last summer to see, what was feasible there and how many credits they could potentially get and how many surplus credits there might be if we wanted to claim those credits. And we've gotten mostly through to the design. We've designed a pretty simple project there. We're just going to activate some floodplain areas that there are existing swales on the landscape. So we're just going to have little takeoff points from the channel that would spread water out on the landscape. So it's a pretty low cost solution. And we think we can get quite a few wetland credits there. So can I see that mouse? Let's see, I'll scroll down, maybe not. It's just slow. Okay, well, I think you guys can probably control it on your end. So then we were at the point where we were getting kind of close to the end of the design and we needed to get through some of the legal hurdles. So we brought in the legal team. We worked with Brian and started asking him about some of the specifics. So we have to have long-term site protection on the property. We have to have a management plan in place. We have to have a kind of a cooperative agreement or an MOU in place with Freshwater Partners if we were going to partner with them. And then we also need to define a fee. So we brought all those questions to the legal team and he said that we should come here first and make sure we have council's approval to even partner with them. And then we'll dive into all those legal kind of components with them.
So Tabitha, I mean, that the collage of things you just said, those are, if you're dealing with private lands, or is that if it's tribally owned land?
You mean on this specific project or just in general? Yeah, for this project, this is just any waters that are regulated by the Corps of Engineers. So that can be on tribal lands or on fee land, but this impact was on fee land. Yeah, so it could be anywhere. And then there's additional kind of nuance that we'll get to a little bit later, but there's also tribal regulations that require mitigation. Yeah, so let's see. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at, looking toward the legal components of it and wanting to just, discuss that with you. And then I can go through, there's a second question. We could either just talk about this issue first and then get into that second issue about Alco, or I guess, how do you guys want me just to keep going, or do you have questions about that part so far?
Any questions? I like to have mitigation on our landscape, you know, keep it here. That's the best thing. So that's me. Consensus with the council? Yeah.
So, one of the reasons we brought Brian Upton into this is because we'd had these ideas and discussions about how we'd go about it if we were doing something like this on a BPA acquired property, which was a really good fit. And, Brian and our team talked to BPA about it, and we were a little worried about double mitigation because these are mitigation lands, but they're not for wetland mitigation. So we got clarity and clearance to do that with BPA. And we also, in that context, we were actually talking about mitigating for our own tribal impacts, say Tabby's water compact work, K Canal or J Canal or whatever they need to also, they also have similar mitigation obligations. And we wanted to put, they're often working, so far they've only worked on 2 BPA acquired properties. So they like to mitigate in place too. So we talked to BPA about taking sort of allowing that to happen on the property and also taking a fee for it. Now, when this came up on Jocko Spring Creek this is an MDOT mitigation through Freshwater Partners, same sort of things, but one of the first things the Corps said about it was, how is it protected? The property. And it's not protected like a BPA acquired property, which has a conservation easement on it. And really, we then engaged also Chelsea, who's online here. Really what they wanted to see for this particular property is better protection than how it's protected now. Because again, it's managed by the fisheries program, but it was bought with then Kerr mitigation dollars, and therefore doesn't have conservation easement on it. It's actually protected by resolution. That wasn't good enough for the Corps. So that's where the legal team is really helping us out here today. Besides our negotiations with BPA and an understanding with BPA, on this property, the Corps would like to see something more, and I'll let Tabby pick it up where I'm leaving off here, but we've engaged the legal team on what are our options there, because to do it here, we need more protection than what's there. So since it is a dam mitigation property, it's really only protected through 2035, which is the term of the license. Even if that resolution, and it's protected by resolution for that purpose, even if that was protected in perpetuity with the resolution, and this would be similar, I believe, with Arco land, which is, we have other opportunities here. And this is just opening the floodgates, I think. There's going to be other opportunities, so we've got to think a little bit long term here. So there might be opportunities to do this on Arco land, which we have done in the past too, again with MDOT, but they might want, they're protected by resolution, probably not good enough for the Corps. So I think the legal team has looked over a couple different options. We could put our own conservation easement on it. Or we could do a deed restriction. We're not sure which is most acceptable to the county.
Question, Lessa, did the Corps provide us examples of what they want for their security?
The Corps, they've looked over both of these avenues, conservation easement or a deed restriction. I believe either one is fine by them. It's kind of up to you and how you feel about it, and the legal nuances there, I'd let Chelsea explain a little bit more about. I don't think it really matters. I think the legal team was favoring a deed restriction for simplicity.
Yeah, the conversation.
Again, this property is already in trust, is that right, or not?
I think so. Lynn was looking into that, and I think she reported
that was
back.
an original Kerr purchase, so it should be in trust by now. I think all the Kerr parcels went into trust.
Well, this took a while because we used this property and Kerr mitigation dollars for a down payment to buy all those uplands up there that went to the cattle growers. And it took I don't know, if it was 10 years or something to pay that note off. So it didn't go in right away. I do know that because there's a lien against it. But I do know it's out from under the lien. And I believe you're correct. I think it might be in trust. I don't think that makes a difference to the Corps.
No, but I guess, that's always been one of the issues about moving things into trust is what kind of encumbrances are on that parcel to
Right.
make that movement, for the BIA.
Yeah. It'd be better if it was already in trust, not to have those hurdles, but I don't think they're insurmountable, getting into trust. But you never know. That probably changes.
Well, maybe we'll find out. Another 6 years will go by and we'll find out.
We can get back to that, but let's assume that's not an issue. It's really what's the best vehicle to satisfy the Corps here to make sure that it's protected in perpetuity. And right now, it's either a deed restriction or it's a conservation easement.
And they have given us examples from recent projects of what they've used. And so we gave those to Brian, and he's, I think, gonna look through them and kind of advise on what he thinks. Yeah, so it's that, there's the site protection issue, and then there's numerous other kind of legal documents that we have to get in place with them. But I think, yeah, the first question was just, whether it's okay for us to partner with them on tribal lands. So I put them in here, but we can talk about a couple of other benefits that we see. The one you mentioned, about, impacts, local impacts can be mitigated here on the reservation. We think that there may be, with permittee responsible mitigation, I think you could probably speak to this a little bit better, but we've seen variable levels of success on those. Some have been really great and others just kind of flop. So it just depends on, we're sort of putting it on the applicant to come up with a solution, and they may not be really expert in that area. And so because this organization, their whole goal is to mitigate wetlands, it seems like a higher likelihood of success for the projects. Another benefit is that it's someone else's money that would be benefiting tribal lands. So we would get to do the restoration project on someone else's dime. And then this is just kind of an ancillary one, but we're gonna need to create compensatory mitigation projects for all the doer impacts, and it's just kind of a complicated realm. And so it's really valuable for me to keep learning from them about all these different agreements and how to work with the Corps and all that. So that's been an additional benefit. Do you have others?
No, but I'd key in on that. Were it not for using somebody else's money, we might use our own money to do the same thing. So there's a lot of win-wins here. We're getting a competent group that knows what they're doing, get through all the process and get it there. The only obligation that you take on is the long-term O&M. That's part of the deal. Not always. I mean, they can, Freshwater Partners sometimes keeps that obligation, but in this current proposal, they would like for us to take it over. And typically when they do this with other partners, tribes or other private entities, they pay for that. They like to take a percentage of what they took from whoever's obligated to do this. Let's just say $100,000. They bought this obligation, and then they work with a partner, a landowner partner, and do the work on that. And then a portion of that $100,000 goes into an endowment for the long-term operation and maintenance of that, because that's a core requirement. They have to see that. Sometimes they even want to see a management plan for that. That money would come to the tribes. Now, most of these lands that the fisheries program manages for you anyway, we already have long-term O&M funds on it, so we don't need it. When I've been in these negotiations, I don't want to see us take on another endowment that we have to invest and live off the interest. I'd rather just take a fee, if you will, a one-time fee, and put that into an existing endowment, that portion of it. But that is an obligation that the tribes are taking on. If you partner up in this particular instance with Freshwater Partners, just part of their package deal, you have to satisfy the Corps' long-term O&M requirement, and they like to see something in writing about that. But again, a pretty good fit for us. These lands are already manage in perpetuity for these purposes, and we have funds, so we don't really even need their funds. We just take the fee and buffer up one of our existing endowments.
And that you said the Corps is okay with that, using your endowment for ARCO or using your endowment for BPA?
All they care about is that somebody's got to sign something to take on the commitments for long-term O&M. That would be the
So
trident.
if we were to look at a piece of, other property that's not under your program, Les, or under Wildlife's program, then we're looking at setting up a
Yep.
endowment.
Yep. Well, yeah. Or just saying you'll manage it that way without an endowment. I don't think the Corps cares, but there's the obligation for long-term O&M, and that costs money.
Would that be a doer responsibility? I mean, to maybe even buy some land for crediting
Yeah.
and then set up and you manage that?
I mean,
Yeah.
I think we're gonna need mitigation for several projects depending on the regulatory landscape. Right now, they haven't required it on a whole lot, but it just, the definition of, or the regulations change all the time, so, we probably would need to do that. Yeah. And we would think of the long-term land managers being the current people who are doing the management, but we would do all the administrative steps to get that going. Yeah.
Is council okay with working with, Freshwater? Learn everything we can? Yep, okay,
Cool, yeah.
consensus.
Yeah, so then I guess the other question was, we're gonna need to actually establish what the fee is that we'll require. And then we'll need to set up some sort of MOA with them, and then we'll need to do the site protection, and there's kind of like a list of legal agreements that we have to make with them. And so we just wanted to know, in general, how would the council like to be involved in those decisions? Would it be acceptable for us to work with the legal team on those and then come to you for a response, or would you want to sort of be involved with our negotiations with Freshwater Partners?
I would rely on staff and our legal, NRD staff and legal staff and, you know, your guiding documents to be able to come up and bring it back. So that consensus of council to do that. Yep.
So one other thing, the reason Shoreline's here is we used MDOT and Freshwater Partners as an example so far, but Craig and Frank are working with Lake County on one of their obligations, and they're trying to engage Freshwater Partners in the same way. It's the same question, but in this case, it's not a core obligation, it's a ALCO obligation mitigation. I'd turn that over to Craig, but there are parallel things here, and some of these folks are under timelines, particularly with the pressure that he's under to move forward.
And of course, the county doesn't have land to work it on, so they would want to.
Right. I mean, a major project of theirs, the RAISE project, hinges on the ability to partner with Freshwater Partners. The biggest impact is a parking lot for the boat ramp at the fairgrounds. For whatever reason, they've chosen to fill the tiny wetland there that, I don't know why, but they've chosen to fill that to make their parking lot. But also reconstruction of Dublin Gulch, most of Dublin Gulch Road, and a large portion of Moise Valley Road. So there will be unavoidable impacts there. And I told them from the start, really, their only option at that time was to identify county-owned parcels that had the potential for restoration. And they were overwhelmed by that idea. I said, you could purchase land, and I mean, they laughed at that, obviously, but, so told them this was an option, but that it had never been done before, so it would require council approval. So it really will, I mean, they have other obligations like timeline to spend their money, but really that entire project hinged on this approval. So I see potential in the future as well for private individuals to utilize this option. There's already been a couple of landowners that have just decided not to pursue projects to acquire an alcohol permit because there would have been mitigation required. They just didn't have the ability to perform mitigation. So, yeah, I see this being, a win-win for us as far as, compliance with the alcohol ordinance is concerned going on in the future.
Makes perfect sense to me. Any comments from council? So we want to pursue that too. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, and the reason why I really wanted legal to be involved with this is because Elko has never been tested in court. And I didn't want any of this there to come slapping us in the face there and with any legal battles there that we may foresee there from the county or whomever. So this is why we had our legal team there get involved to help us with this whole project.
Appreciate that, Frank. Thank you. All right, consensus of council to move forward in all aspects as you presented.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Council. We've got some visitors here today. This is we got some reps, Jennifer Harrington from the Citizens Advisory Group in Frenchtown for the Smurfit Stone site. We've got some folks from the state and the county as well. And you guys come on up here and have a seat. Your PowerPoint's up there, Elena. You can just use the mouse. I know some of you guys are very familiar with the site. Some have visited, some are a little bit not as up to speed on some things, but I know the council certainly has been tied to the site and aware of it. So Jen emailed me and said that she'd like to come up, introduce some folks here, have a discussion on Smurfit and meet the council. And so I'll turn it over to Jen and her crew. Casey's here if you have any expert questions from the tribe's technical point of view, but I'll let her introduce the folks here. This is all a top shelf team that's here and we've done a lot of work with, and I'll let her have the meeting.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Bonjour. I really want to thank John and Casey for helping us set up this meeting with you today. My name is Jen Harrington. I am a member of the Community Advisory Group in Frenchtown, which formed in a response to the ongoing investigation that's happening on the Smurfit Stone Mill site, which is on the Clark Fork River, about 13 miles west of Missoula. Just for some background on the mill site, it was constructed in 1957. They had done very little environmental studies prior to the development of the mill, and they never once consulted with the Confederated Salish Kootenai tribes about the impacts of the mill before it was started. And there were some studies done prior to the mill opening, which found that there were some sensitive organisms in the Clark Fork River. When the mill developed, they did direct discharge of the contaminated water into the Clark Fork, and there were fish kills right away within months of the development of the mill. So that started some mechanical responses on the mill site. They developed some different processes, the development of the berm so that it would percolate into the water system. But there still has been ongoing contamination issues on the mill site. And environmental policies were kind of developed as an afterthought in response to the contamination that was happening to the Clark Fork River and the environment. So the mill site is enormous. It's about 3,200 square feet, is that right? Or 3,200.
You guys can use that mouse to change your pages on the screen, and then they can all see it on their monitors.
So it's a very large site, and on the site, they had the industrial complex, but then they also had a lot of the acreage adjacent to the river that they would use for waste dumps, which were unlined and not regulated. And they also had percolation areas where they would dump the wastewater and then it would seep into the Clark Fork River. In the 1990s, the Montana Department of at the time it was MPDES, but now it's DEQ, went on site to investigate because there was some policy changes in the waste world, and they found that a lot of the waste dumps were in contact with groundwater. And in some of the stories that we've heard, there are unnamed barrels of unknown contents in some of these waste dumps, as well as there's asbestos waste dumps on site. And so there was immediate concern about that communication between the groundwater and this waste material. But what ended up happening is instead of them having to remove that waste material, they simply were permitted to cover it with about, what is it, about a foot of soil on top, and then that's all that's been done. So there's still communication between the groundwater and those waste dumps, which, like we said, are really large.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. So does the EPA do annual testing of all the domestic wells?
Yes, hello, I'm Elaine Evans. I'm with the Missoula Public Health Department. And the EPA did do some testing of nearby properties at one point. However, at this point in time, they have ceased doing any domestic well sampling and only sample in the core 1,000 acres of the site.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, since you guys live in that area, is there a lot of people that think that have health effects from this? Cancer, et cetera, or?
Well, actually, when Shelley Fayant was on council, she approached me about cancer rates in the Arlee area, and we were wondering about the air effluent, the air pollution that had happened for a long time from the mill. But what we found was that determining cancer rates is really tricky because the CDC will link a person where they're, like, if you've moved and you're in a new location, that's where they link the cancer and not to your history. So it's really hard to defend and say, hey, this area has high, it's just a difficult to prove that. And I don't think it's been studied well enough so far about, especially in concerns with the water.
No, interesting. Thank you.
Just something to take.
All right, and so the Superfund process is pretty complicated and bureaucratic, and we know that that's pretty intentional, but we like to call this the Superfund snake, because once you accept the first steps, then it ties you into the next outcomes. And so where that blue area is right now is where the Smurfit Stone site is, and that's at the end of the remedial investigation and risk assessment. And what we continue to advocate for is that there's additional sampling to fully characterize this giant site. And so this next slide shows you more of that core area with the light green and the purple being about the 1,000 acres that we're talking about. And these are the wells that they continue to sample, sometimes once a year, sometimes twice a year, but not necessarily for all the things we're concerned about. And that's problematic because although it looks like a good number of dots here, if you zoom in to what most people understand for scale, a football stadium, you'll see that there aren't that many things around this red outline here, which is one large landfill. So it's a dump. So when the mill was in operation, anybody could pretty much dump whatever they wanted in there. And oftentimes that's what folks in Frenchtown did rather than drive all the way to the landfill.
So given all of this and where we are in the Superfund snake, the group of us found it very important, and we also conferred with John and, Mary Price worked on this as well. But it's crucial that we get the sampling right, because if you look at this EPA diagram, the contaminant sources, once they use the sampling to identify where those are, then that goes into their fate and transport model. So there has to be a contaminant and it has to move so that there's an exposure pathway, which goes to either a human or an animal, and then there has to be an end receptor that actually shows a risk. And then they put it into their risk calculator, and this is a little diagram, but essentially the EPA is more concerned if there's a 1 in 10,000 additional risk of cancer, whereas the State Department of Environmental Quality is concerned if there's an additional 1 in 100,000 risk of cancer impacts to a person. So the state is more concerned about cancer overall. And so prior to this request for additional sampling, when the EPA went through all of the samples that they had done and all of the different receptors on the left and exposure pathways on the right, they came up with the ones that are in darker format to be risks that they actually see there. And now that doesn't actually mean that they're going to clean up or deal with all of those risks. It's just that from the sampling that they've done to date, this is where they see any risk at all, any additional risk. And that's disconcerting for a couple reasons. Did you want to talk about fish?
I'm David Schmetterling. I'm a fish biologist with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I've been working at this site since the mill closed and it became investigated as a potential Superfund site. As early as 2012 or 2013, we conducted some really preliminary investigations downstream of the site when it was being considered to be a Superfund site to try to assess what decades of mill operations might have on fish, especially for fish consumption. Like I said, it was really preliminary at the time, and it wasn't necessarily in cooperation with the EPA, but it was something that we wanted to conduct because we were concerned about the mill's operation there. And what we found were chemical compounds in fish that are commonly associated with industrial activities, including paper mills, in fish downstream of the site. And in 2013, we released an advisory for people not to consume northern pike and also limit their consumption of rainbow trout and other species in the river. More recently, we've conducted a few other investigations, but still pretty small scale and not very comprehensively, with the EPA in 2018 and 2019, and that helped to revise that consumption advisory to extend it farther, really from the Bitterroot River all the way to the Flathead in the area of the mill. We still haven't been able to attribute any of those chemicals to the mill itself, but regardless, they're in fish and we caution against consuming them. This past summer, we conducted a more broad scale investigation into toxins in fish and in the water, some of which are from industrial sources like the mill, but not your conventional compounds and metals that are associated with like hard rock mining like we have in the Clark Fork. And the goal of this was to look much more broadly at how we can inform a consumption advisory. And to that point, this year was the first time we looked at whole fish, which is how tribal fishers may prepare them for consumption in the past. We've just collected fish either as fillets or fillets with the skin attached, or EPA and other guidelines. But this year we collected whole fish. We don't have those results yet, but hopefully that'll help inform our consumption advisory for the general area and even point to other sources of contaminants in the environment. That was again done outside of the EPA, and it wasn't specifically to target or address stone container, but because of our concern about this and other sources of contaminants in the river, we've been pushing both the EPA and other state and local agencies to cooperate on this. And folks here, the Community Advisory Group, the county, the Natural Resource Damage Program, the other trustees, including the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes and the Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, have all been asking these same questions and trying to get these answers for years now. So hopefully we'll have some more soon.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the Clark's Fork goes right by, yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
the question I have is when they remove the Milltown Dam, and that's on the Clark's Fork, right? So was there any impacts for when that was removed? Do you know? I mean, would you know? Because, I mean, we're dealing with selenium now with the tech mine and all of this stuff up there. And so I'm just wondering if, when that was removed, if it had impacts.
Yeah, good question. So I was actually involved in the Milltown project. That's actually where I started my career in with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in '95, and I was studying that. And we'll kind of talk a little bit about that later. But the primary contaminants we're concerned about at Milltown Dam were the ones that are associated with like the hard rock mining, copper, cadmium, lead, zinc, mercury. But these are different compounds that we're talking about now. And you know, we did see some effects of like physically removing the dam on fish, but that was primarily from the change in habitat, from sediment, mostly clean coming out of the Blackfoot, and just pools filled in, other habitat features were formed with that, and it really changed the river for a few years. And as a result, fish moved around and they were able to finally, but they moved to avoid some of those sediments. And it's taken a while to kind of get back to, you know, an equilibrium with that. But these contaminants are different, and yeah, nothing associated with removal of Milltown Dam.
Yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
So is it actually designated a Superfund site?
That's a great question. So under CERCLA, there's the national priority list, and that's where sites are considered to be officially designated as on the Superfund, as an official Superfund site. This Smurfit Stone is not on the national priority list, but it is going through the process under CERCLA and through Superfund. And that's because the EPA worked with the potentially responsible parties, International Paper, West Rock, and M2 Green, to sign an administrative order of consent. And what we have heard as we've continued to advocate that potentially it would be better serve the community to have it on the national priority list is that that's not off the table yet. But it hasn't really been brought up, so it seems unlikely.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Barkoyak. I'm with the Montana Natural Resource Damage Program. To make this even a little more confusing for everybody, there's actually two sides of Superfund or CERCLA. A lot of what we've been talking about here today has been related to your question. Is there an immediate risk to human health or the environment from what is actually happening on the site today? The other part of Superfund is previous releases or loss of or injuries to resources. So as Jen alluded to, if there was a release of a hazardous substance from any time that the mill operated that affected any type of resource, was it or a service from that resource. So if it's drinking water, if it's fish, if it's the service of catching fish,
those are injuries to resources, and that's what our program works on in conjunction with our other federal trustees. Of course, the tribes, Fish Wildlife Service, Forest Service. When we do have a draft assessment plan that we worked on together. It is draft. We are hoping through some of this additional sampling that we can move that forward and be able to quantify the injuries to resources. And then, assuming we can quantify them, start looking at either settlement or implementing restoration projects to address those.
So for the past 10-ish years, between CSKT staff, county staff, FWP, all sorts of folks have been asking for more rounded characterization sampling to really understand the risk. And in the last couple of years, we had the head of EPA Region 8 commit to do that additional sampling. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit uncertain as to exactly what that commitment means when it comes to putting the details in place. But what we have in front of you here is the request that we made that would better satisfy all of the interested parties in terms of assessing risk and hopefully leading to that full cleanup of the site. The potentially responsible parties are negotiating with the EPA to, really not do as much as we're asking for, but we're gonna be resolute and hopefully get this all to happen at some point. But that request has been in process now for over a year since it was committed to, with very little work or results in return. And so what we've kind of turned to in some ways is, what can we do outside of this Superfund snake? So when it comes to cleanup sites, it's easy to get sucked into the Superfund snake because there's so many words and acronyms and bureaucratic pieces and reports that go into it. But as all of the parties interested and invested in cleanup there want to see a lot of the same things, we've come together to see what other pieces we can push. And so we're here to update you in part and also see if there's further interest or ideas for other pieces outside of the Superfund process. We pushed on water rights, the trespass of outfall pipes into the Clark Fork River, the unengineered berms, and then also the intent of the current owner to develop a public water supply. So these are also somewhat nuanced, and we're happy to talk more with anyone who's further interested. But essentially, when it comes to the water rights objection, there were 15 million gallons per day of water that was used on site at the mill, and that caused a huge cone of depression, and it impacted the Clark Fork River as well. The current owner of those water rights put those water rights through the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation process to change the use of them from industrial and firefighting and everything like that into a marketing for mitigation bank. And that was disconcerting for a couple reasons. What we learned, from a water quality perspective, we saw that water is still doing industrial work. It's still fluxing contaminants into the Clark Fork. And so that was a concern. And we also wanted to make sure that the sale of those water rights didn't mean that the EPA would say, okay, the water rights aren't there, so we don't need to clean up the water. And then, so within that water rights process, the Missoula Valley Water Quality District was able to object on the basis of water quality. And because of the large volume, we were also able to reject on the basis of reasonable use. And that's because the application didn't adequately address the environmental concerns, or that it wasn't a Superfund site that was still being looked at, investigated, and that the community continued to state didn't have enough data to determine risk. And so we settled that objection to the water rights change of use from industry to marketing for mitigation, with the settlement saying that the entity will not use or market 20% of the water rights until EPA issues the record of decision, essentially keeping water rights on site so that it can't be used as an institutional control. And then the second part was that, you know, the current owner and anyone who purchases that water within a mile of the site will have to comply with DEQ Circular 7 water quality standards, but essentially a more stringent standard than would otherwise be required for that water. And that's to protect people from dioxins and furans and potential for increases in cancer rates. And then the third was just that they would share any additional water testing data because we had a hard time getting it from them. So that was our water rights objection, and that kind of helped us get at that goal outside of the EPA process.
Before the mill was in place, obviously, this area was a big cottonwood gallery with many channels. And you can kind of see that in the picture here. This is more of a current picture, at least when the mill was in operation. But all those channels, you know, what was part of a cottonwood gallery, which is a incredibly important area for wildlife. And you know, as the Missoula Valley gets developed, and the in this whole area, those cottonwood galleries and that floodplain is more and more important, especially for things like extreme events that we're experiencing more frequently because of climate change and other things. The river having access to the floodplain to dissipate energy is increasingly important. The mill confined the channel by creating these berms. And the reason the berms were in place, like Jen alluded to, right after the mill was built, it discharged directly into the Clark Fork River. And the first year after operation, it killed all the fish downstream from the discharge. And the discharge was, the reason was actually wasn't the chemicals, but it was the water temperature flowing into the river killed fish. So those berms were just simply, you know, pushed up alluvium, you know, just gravels and stream bed materials to create ponds to slowly discharge the water that was being discharged at the mill, you know, after, you know, hot water to let it cool and gradually go into the river to reduce those fish kills. Later in time, when, you know, they switched to doing a portion of their process with bleaching, or what other, and other industrial chemicals also gradually went into the water through groundwater or through these berms, which are porous. But one thing that the mill did was it really channelized that section of river, disconnecting that floodplain, not allowing those natural river processes to happen anymore. And when we think about this site, you know, a lot of what we often talk about are the contaminants that may be from the site or maybe just accumulations or culminations of industrial uses. But this site represents a large portion of floodplain that's so important. And, you know, when we talk about cleanup of the site and restoration won't be achievable unless those berms are removed and that floodplain is restored. We've seen a lot of downstream changes in recent year because, you know, the berms on this site just direct the energy of the water downstream to downstream landowners, whether it's public land or private land. And it's the habitat has really been degraded. The stream is simply coming unraveled there. And a way to help that is to you know, for the river to gain access to its floodplain again. So that's one of, and another thing with the berms that you'll probably hear about isn't just, you know, the future site or the hopes we have, but in the nearer term, those berms protect, you know, any kind of, you know, acute impact from scouring those sediments. If those berms were to fail, the site would, you know, erode very quickly. The site, as Elena said, hasn't been appropriately characterized. We don't even know what's behind them. And those berms were designed to be porous. It's not like, you know, some of these engineered dikes or levees, but there is a risk of, of erosion at that site, not overtopping, but just eroding, especially with a lot of these extreme events. If we had an event like they had in the Yellowstone a couple years ago, those berms would likely fail. And we've seen periodic failures over the years as well.
And just so you know, we're focusing on the berms because the EPA says they're not contaminated, so they don't consider them in the EPA process. So we're working with, the Missoula Conservation District to say they don't want those rip-wrapped in perpetuity. And then we're lucky enough to also work with Representative Carlin.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jonathan Carlin. I'm a state representative. I represent House District 96, which includes some of the city of Missoula and goes west to the Huson area and includes the Smurfit Stone Mill site. So appreciate you having us here, and just wanted to provide a little bit of an overview of some recent state involvement in the Smurfit Stone site, specifically the Environmental Quality Council, which is an interim committee of the state legislature, had a study assigned to it from a study bill that we passed during the last legislative session. So that during this interim, one thing that the committee is doing is really examining the Smurfit Stone site and specifically working with the different state agencies. Because while, of course, the EPA is sort of in the driver's seat here, the state and state agencies are important stakeholders, and of course also represent, the interests of Montanans in making sure that this cleanup is going to be something that we feel represents our interests. And I appreciate this council in engaging with our interim committee. We had a full day session back in November where John Harrison and Jen Harrington were able to provide insight into sort of the CSKT perspective on this. And I think that was incredibly valuable for the committee to hear. So thank you for your sort of continued engagement. One thing that we're looking at is there are outfall pipes and that are trespassing into the river, so onto state trust lands. And these pipes are large. In this picture here, you can see this one is over 40 feet long, trespassing into the river. And I think the diameter is something like 6 feet. And we have been working with DNRC to, they produced a memo recently acknowledging that there's at least 3 outfall pipes that are trespassing onto state trust lands. And so, of course, the next step is trying to determine what's the best way to remedy that trespass, so to get those pipes out of the river, and then also to see the full extent of trespass. And so, we're looking at the riprap and the berms to try to fully kind of get a grip on what's the full extent of the mill trespassing upon state trust lands. I think it's clearly in the best interest of the state to make sure that as part of the cleanup, we mitigate trespass on state lands. And so I'm of course interested in any feedback that the council has on directions that you'd like to see either the Environmental Quality Council go or our state agencies go, making sure that your interests are also represented as part of this cleanup. So thank you again.
Okay, and then this is public water supply. It's the last kind of out of the Superfund box avenue that we're trying to approach. And that's because when the developer recently tested the wells they were hoping to use for a public water supply to supply water to the potentially up to 8,000 people that they want to maybe put on that site, one of those tests came back high for dioxins and furans. And there were some question marks. These are toxic chemicals at very small amounts, and the testing protocols are tricky. But regardless of all of that, we remain concerned and would prefer not to see people being served by a large public water supply in this area. So we're working with DEQ. We have an MOU about the permitting, and we've brought these concerns forward through that public water supply process in addition to that water rights objection. So it's something that's outside of the EPA snake and might help ensure that full cleanup occurs and risk is mitigated. So
Yeah, this is a great photo that Elena took of her family floating through the old, what was the Milltown Reservoir, and it's now just the river. And Milltown is a really good example of possibility and hope for this site. I know some of this sounds, kind of depressing and severe and serious, which it is. But it wasn't very long ago when we talked about Milltown Dam as though it was going to be there forever. And it was impossible to do anything with this site with Milltown, because if you try to remove it, it would kill all the fish for miles, or it would kill people, or there'd be floods, or this or that. And it was impossible to talk about any other alternative there. And it went from being that way for a long period of time to, once we had information and data and could view it objectively, the decision to remove the dam got made, and it happened, and it was over in a few years. And it just, the fact that, things can go from being impossible to complete. And now most people that live in Missoula don't even know a dam was there. And I'm hopeful that eventually, even though this has been, we haven't seen a lot of progress at the Stone Container site for a long time. I hope we're on a path like we were at Milltown, and we can have a positive solution, one that's lasting.
And so I think we were just excited and appreciate being able to come and share some of the work we've been doing. And if there are any further questions or interest in further information from this group, in addition to anything that we may have missed from your staff, we're happy to.
Well, just on behalf of our people, I want to thank you for everything you've been doing so far. I mean, wow, got a lot of stuff here going on, and you know what? Persistence will prevail. My good friend's always said that, and he's the one that brought trumpeter swans back to Western Montana. And yeah, I never thought Milltown Dam was going to get removed. I never thought the cloud maker, the paper mill, the pulp mill, was going to ever go away. I mean, I lived with that dirty, stinky, rotten place most of my youth. And yeah, you could fish below it, and it was horrific. It was good to see it go away, but the cleanup, it's got to happen. I think it's our goal, our responsibility to restore this as a fully functioning river, and that we would want to be able to eat the fish here, that we know that it's a clean environment, and it would be just like that in the future. Someone didn't know that this horrific pulp mill was even there, this paper plant was even there, and all the effects from it. So I know at least as far as the tribe's position and historically is that we're all in. We're all in to try to help with this in any way we can, because it's the right thing to do. There's right and there's wrong, and this is the right thing to do. So I want to thank those of you of the state legislature for helping to keep our Constitution intact for a clean and healthy environment. And this is one of those exact reasons, is we want to make sure that this happens. So we need to use every tool in the tool bag. And that's what you're doing. That's what I really like to see. You're putting every tool you have forward. If we can help do that, we will. Any other comments from council? No. Oh yeah, sure. Thanks, Martin. Again, thank you so much, man. Good job, John.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to say on behalf of the staff, it's been great to work with all the folks here. We've got a really good partnership with the trustees, of Brian and Dave over some years, and Elena with the county. It's been great. Jen with the CAG group. They've been really instrumental in getting a lot of things done, and certainly Representative Carlin, really appreciate him taking this on. And it was a good day over there. I think he had organized back in November, and we had a full day there. I think there's been some follow-up meetings. So Elena walked him through a lot of stuff I don't think the whole EQC was aware of, and So I appreciate them taking the time to let the tribe speak as well. So, we've got a good team here and, so now you've got some faces. When I come brief you guys on this, you'll have an idea who we're talking about. But, appreciate the council taking the time and appreciate all the work that folks here have done and been good partners. So, thanks.
Thank you, John. Your second to last slide reminded me of something that I need to do. I'm a river rat. And used to have a raft company, and I haven't floated that since the dam's been removed. Yeah, I need to do that. I haven't even done the stuff there on the waves and, you know, right in town. I got to do it all. But, yeah, because it's. Thank you. I think we'll take a quick break. Is it okay? Okay, 5 minutes. right. Sir? You're up. City manager, let's do her. Good to see you, Ed.
Oh, thanks again for having me for a few minutes today. I appreciate it. Again, my name's Ed Meese, City Manager for the City of Polson, and I'm really here just on a couple of short items, but some things that I wanted to bring your attention to. First one is I wanted to say thank you for providing a letter of support for our Hillcrest Connector Road project. As I was talking a little bit last time we were here, we're really excited about this. In fact, just as I was sitting back there listening to the previous presentation, they were pushing the raised grant in. So that's been submitted as of this afternoon, and we're really excited about maybe what the opportunity that will bring. So as we're going forward with that, there'll be some additional opportunities for public meetings and public input, and would certainly like to have the CSKT remain involved in that as there's opportunities for that to happen. And for specific questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me or the staff and give us an opportunity to get that information back to you. So again, just really wanted to say thank you for that and for the ongoing cooperation between our two organizations. We really do value it. And that kind of leads me to the second thing. We had sent a letter to the tribal council probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. And so I thought, well, while I was here to say thank you, I would just bring a reminder of that. But on March the 19th, we are going to have what we're calling a legislative open house at the City of Polson. It's going to get started at 9:30 at the Bunkers Golf Course. We have a restaurant there, and we originally thought we were going to start from City Hall, but we're going to start from Bunkers because they have committed to providing some, well, I call them consumables. So some pre-tour snacks and stuff like that. And then we'll head out in 3, 4, 5, how many vehicles we need. We'll take a quick tour of some city facilities and operations that are up for some special projects in the next couple of years. And then we'll get back to Bunkers. The goal is to be back there about 11:30, have lunch, and we have invited several members of the state legislative, regional legislative group. So we've tried to go as far up as Browning, pretty good to the west, to the border, far south. We've gotten some really good initial response from those folks. And so we're hopeful that we're going to have them joining that day, not only for the tour, but obviously we get people around the table to eat, then we're going to hold them hostage for a few minutes and talk. And from our perspective, present what our priorities are from a project standpoint, from a legislative standpoint over the next couple of years. Would love to have as many members of the tribal council as interested to be there. And if there are other topics for the day that would be helpful or for you all to make sure that we get on the agenda for lunch to have a conversation with folks in the room, we would certainly be glad to do that. And so, you know, I'm a pretty transparent guy. The 2023 legislature was by far the most brutal I've been through in 32 years of local government. And I don't know that it's going to be any better in 2025, but this is at least one of our first opportunities to try and see if we can't get the communication a little stronger and the understanding a little better. So if there are ways that we can do that, if there are issues that you all would like to see presented and discussed, put them on the plate, and love to have those conversations that day. So the only point to that is if you're gonna come, it would be helpful if you could let us know. And so with this flyer, I think I sent it over earlier. It's got my email address, my telephone number. You guys know how to get a hold of us. But if you could give us a number, say a week before, that would be great. That just to make sure we have enough food for everybody. But yeah, we would love to have as many folks as can be there present. And Other than that, you could have probably extended your break another 10 minutes. I didn't. But or I can take any questions if there's anything, that's on your mind this afternoon as well. Or I can let you take a little nap. So it's up to you.
That, it's Tuesday the 19th
Correct.
from 9:30 to 1.
9:30 to 1. Yeah, that's kind of, the 1 is kind of an estimate if you need to get it out of there earlier. Or if you're like, I don't really want to be in a car and do the tour, show up at the restaurant at 11:30 and just be in for that part, that's fine too. They haven't been invited, but if it would be helpful, if there's a specific issue, we could certainly try and make that happen. Okay.
If I could turn on my mic, and they are also included in that. And it will really hurt the hospitals if it's not reauthorized, along with the tribes, of course.
Well, I'll
So
tell you what,
we're hoping.
I'll reach out to Devin and see if we can get this on his calendar then and make a point of, that can be a topic of discussion for the day. Thank you for that.
Well, Ed, I appreciate, making the offer. If there's topics we have, is there a drop dead timeline for topics to get to you?
No, I would say even if you come with a topic that day,
Okay.
yeah, let me know in the parking lot or as we're eating lunch, and we'll just make sure it gets pushed out there. So,
Wow.
I feel like if we can get a pretty good group, of the legislators, then let's bend their ear for as long as they'll sit and listen about whatever we've got. So
You're right. That's
we're
good.
paying for the sandwich, they can listen. So
Well, thanks for being so inclusive, Ed.
absolutely,
Really appreciate that.
absolutely. Thank you guys so much. And, if there's nothing else, I'll let you get to it.
Oh, yeah, Martin?
Just always want to thank you, Ed. You're a breath of fresh air in the city of Polson. I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you for that. I'm not always called a breath of fresh air, but when I get that, I'll take it. Thank you so much. You guys have a good one.
You too, Ed. Thank you. All right, Jim, you're up. Early? Oh, geez, okay. Well, I guess we can wait if you want to wait.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
before we get started, Abby sent a correction just a little while ago, getting to the minutes from this morning's discussion. So she just wanted to know if it was okay to go ahead and put it in.
Is it okay?
I saw the one from this morning, but I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the new one.
Oh, okay. Now I have juice in my laptop here. I'll look it up. Carol, did you look at the minutes? Oh. She did, 1:55 PM, she sent it. Huh? You didn't get it? You're right, I don't know if you got it there, Jen. You didn't get it. You want it? Yeah.
And Tom, before we lose quorum too, can we appoint Chelsea Arlie to the Two River School Board? That Dave, when it was requested, that portion of it wasn't in the minutes. Arlie? Yeah. To the Two River School Board? And I was supposed to bring it back up last week, but I wasn't here. So Mel just reminded me.
It was, he implemented the 5-day rule, would ask for a consensus to, extend an additional week till we had full council participation. And, that was a consensus of people to do that. There's a long-term politician for you. Your first radio rodeo here. Abby, can you hear me? Abby, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, Abby, on the minutes, on the enrollment, looks good, but, so Chairman Dawson would like to institute the 5-day rule requirement for taking action on the issue and ask for consideration for an additional week so the entire council would be available. And consensus was to do that. Maybe that'll work better for everybody. Well, we could take action on the Tour River School appointment. If someone would like to do that, we can take that action right now. We had, okay, motion by Carol to appoint Chelsea Arlie to the Tuaga River School vacancy. Second by Martin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor? All right, unanimous. Yeah, not that big. Thanks, Mike. All right, we caught up on that one. Jim, are you expecting any more? She's a busy lady.
She has 4 minutes till 3:30.
You wait till 3:30? We get started? Well, whenever you're ready to go, Jim, we're all here.
All righty.
Whatever.
No, well,
We
first
can
of
wait
all,
too. I mean, it's up to you.
yep, we can get going.
Okay.
And others can, jump in as they, or catch up as we go. First of all, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank you for your time this afternoon to continue the discussion about what's happening across the street at Salish Kootenai College. And to mention that it continues to be an honor to serve both the college, the students, and the membership as a board member for Salish Kootenai College. Just to do a brief introduction of our current board members. My name's Jim Derglow. For those that don't know me, I've been on the board since 2009. And I'm acting as the current chair there. And I'll let others do a quick introduction if they would as well. Put them on the spot right away.
Linda King. I don't even remember when I was appointed. It's age keeping up, I believe, but been an honor to serve everyone. I know my February of 2022, and my term is up in August of this year.
Felicia Paul, just a board member. My term is going to be up in August of this year.
Vernon Finley, was just appointed this year, so whatever that means, 4 years, yeah.
And I'm Sandra Boham, and it has been my privilege and honor to serve as the president of Salish Kootenai College officially since 2016.
Other members of the board include Jermaine White, Jamie Cahoon, and Christopher Morgio. Chris is also a recent appointee. And Sandra, we did send information over to you consistent with what the regulations requested. And that table of contents, closely follows some of the questions or concerns that the tribal council has. And I think that we'll go through those fairly quickly and have some time to answer any questions or have continued dialogue about where we're headed. Bump down. First, you'll see the Salish Kootenai College budget for 2023-2024. Revenues are coming from a number of different sources, including tuition and fees, state revenue. This is like what they call non-beneficiary revenue that SKC receives for non-tribal students. Indirect cost revenue from grants. The TCA revenue is federal revenue coming from Bureau of Indian Education, and that's based on tribal student count. And other revenue, there's a list of, there may be a list of brief definitions in that packet as well. so I won't go through that.
But one question, Jim, is
Sure.
the student count, is that from previous years or?
They call it prior, so it's a little
years ago?
confusing. It's 2 years back. So the TCA revenue is based on enrollment from 2 years ago. And I think that the AHEC group, the tribal college presidents, negotiated with the Bureau of Indian Education to do that, to really limit the impacts of fluctuating enrollment. So they'll have some time to adjust, right?
So that number there was based on what kind of a count of students?
There's a formula for it, right? It's not based on student head count. It's
Okay.
based on the number of students, and there's a formula for the number of credits, so it's, I think it's based on credit hours, total credit hours.
Full-time equivalent Indian students.
FTE.
FTE
Native
is
American
based on credit
identified
hours, yeah.
Students. So, I know, but what is that number? Or is it?
2 years ago, I am not remembering exactly, but it was probably around what it is now. Because we have been fairly flat. And I can speak to that in a little bit.
When you speak, Sandra, if you use the microphone, there people are zooming and Abby can't hear. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm always the one that has the really loud voice. My whole life, people said, don't talk so loud. So I always forget to turn the microphone on.
So it's formula funding based on, based from the Bureau of Indian Ed on a student count number. And the tuition number, the tuition revenue number is a projected revenue number as well. And that's based on enrollment data as well. As you can see that the college runs on a lot of grants. It's a large percentage of that total budget for SKC is grant funded. And it's always a concern looking at the percentage of total versus grants. That's, what we term soft money. And
grab a chair, Christopher, and come on up.
It's all well and good until it's not, right? But it certainly provides a lot of good programming.
Go ahead, Carol.
The Betsy or the Bezos funds, is that in here somewhere?
No.
Is that foundation then?
No, it's in a separate account. The foundation account has the money that would be in there. And then the college has its own reserve account, and that's where it's located.
It's not being used currently for general operations
How
of the
much is in
college.
there?
Almost 7 million.
Oh, okay.
And we just got that figure a couple of weeks ago at our last board working group. And I don't remember it right offhand, but as soon as we put it in, the market took a little dive. So we've been recovering ever since, and we're probably at a point where we're breaking even. Yeah. We gave folks an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves. Chris, if you wanna do that.
I'm Chris Morgeau. I'm my first board appointment ever, really, first real one. And I was interested in coming on the board because I'm a graduate of SKC. And I just wanted to kind of put my skills to use to help other future students because I got a lot out of going there.
Thank you, sir. Sure. Did you have another question?
So Carol, I wanted to say just a little bit about that. So we didn't give you the balance of what was in the foundation, and it's about 18 million. It was in 2016, it was 6 million. It's now 18 million. The college does not use that money for operations. It is to generate scholarships. And those support those kinds of mission objectives. So the college no longer has any operations out of there, which is why it was so important to create a reserve fund, because when you operate on grants, you need to have some money for the rainy day, right? And we never, ever did. The college never had a reserve. So we created that reserve and the board decided through lots of discussions that they would invest that money and then a third of it would go back into the corpus. A third of it would be to support language and culture, and a third of it would go for professional development because that's kind of a hard area to fund. And so that's what they've done with that reserve. And so I just want you to know that's what the board did with that and how it's set up for the future.
Any other questions in regards to the budget? We just move right along here. Sure.
It's a simple question. What is the acronym TCA?
Tribal College Act.
And I referred to funding coming down from the Bureau of Indian Education. That's that money. I think it's like, I don't know, $6,800 per student or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Per full-time. Per full-time FTE,
Equivalent.
tribally enrolled or first-gen verified students. That's who goes into that Indian student count.
And not to confuse things, but that's like a national appropriation. And it's divvied up between the tribal colleges. So it may fluctuate based on enrollment or TCAs at other tribal institutions as well. It's not a consistent number. It may fluctuate from year to year based on national student count, and it's divvied up between the tribal colleges.
One question related to that full-time equivalency, is that, so if you had like 200 people all taking 2 credits, what does that mean? Does that add up to 20 full-time equivalents?
You take 200 times 2, divide by 36. That would be your FTE. And then if that was all Indian students, we would call that our ISC, our Indian student count. If it was not, then it would be FTE, which is all others. And in that all others, there can be Indian students who are not enrolled, who are not from the United States, those kinds of things. So there are Indian students that are not included in the Indian student count as well.
One more thing before we move on out of the budget. I think that every year as the tribe goes to Helena to provide testimony, that the non-beneficiary number always tries to get included in that testimony, right? I think that the state provides tribal colleges a fraction of what they provide other state institutions. So it's a very unjust issue, right? And it's something that we'd like to continue to provide in that state level testimony if that ever occurs. So maybe keep that in mind. We'll move on to the enrollment report on that next page, total head count. And they have like 2 census periods, once like right after the first week of classes begin, and then another census a couple weeks into the quarter. So, that first week is pretty hectic and they don't get everybody counted that first week. So they wait a while, right, to provide or to perform another census count. And again, winter quarter always seems to take a dip from fall quarter. And, the same is true this year, where, fall quarter, we had 648 students, and then winter quarter, the 596 number.
Chairman, I know one of the issues that council has brought up in the past was the drastic decline in enrollment here within the last couple of years. Has SKC enacted any other recruitment measures to address that?
There's been, and we'll get to that. I think there's a number of issues or a number of items that we'll include in the report later in the packet. But I think there's been very intentional about recruitment. And the retention level has greatly increased over time as well. Okay. Right. The people that are coming in tend to stay just because of those recruitment and student support services that SKC is providing them. So it's really good to hear, right, that we're keeping the ones that are coming, but still, you know, providing very intentional efforts to get more through the door.
If I could add to that too, Lynn. So the drastic enrollment drop, I think it's fair to set the start point. It was 850 students. That was our real SKC enrollment. We had 300 more students, but that was a whole different discussion. And at the time that stopped, I set the bar at 850 because that's the number that I feel like we should be held accountable to, that our enrollment truly was reflected as our community. There's lots of things that happened between then and now, and I don't want to talk about all that, but I will say this. When the pandemic happened, and this is to tell you kind of how we're gearing up now. When the pandemic happened, financial aid did not go on pause with counting credits and quarters because students can only have so many quarters of financial aid or so many credits. And what we saw was that families they were trying to take classes, they were trying to take care of children and be teachers at home. We saw them registering and dropping and registering and dropping. And I knew that that was going to impact their financial aid before they were able to graduate. So I made a really hard decision and I said, we're not recruiting any students. Stop. Stop right now for 2 years. Because we would recruit them and then they would struggle with sickness through COVID and it was piling up against them to hurt them in the end. So we got things stable. We really focused on our retention and we got up to 87%. So the students that come, we worked really hard at keeping them, making sure they were successful. We also increased our graduation rate. This year, well, towards the middle of last year and this year, I said, okay, we need to start recruiting. So we started recruiting. And then we had 427 students on a wait list for housing for fall. You can see that if I added 427 students to this number, there's not an enrollment problem. So we knew that this was going to happen, and so we started working on housing. And we have multiple phases of housing planned. And actually, I think the bid package went out today for one of the units, for one of the complexes. Because we got held up with contractors like everybody. But we have a plan to address our housing issue. And as soon as we have housing, every time we get it, we fill it. And so I have very little doubt that we will be back easily to 800 and probably more than that. The housing unit that we're doing now should be ready in fall of 25. And so, and then the next unit will be ready to break ground in the fall of 25 to be ready soon after that. So we're lining them up. We're securing the funding ahead of time. We already have the land and we're moving forward with that.
And I think a really cool thing to note on this report is that we're including graduate students. SKC has a grad program in education and natural resources with students enrolled in those
I
programs.
just brought that up, Jim. I was looking at you went from 26 down to 12 and 28 down to 14. Graduates 26 down to 12.
Yeah, there's two cohorts of graduates, right? One in the education program, which is the 26 number.
No.
Or is it this?
Which?
The graduate education program is the 12 because it's every other year they take a cohort. So this number, this 12, will be more like 25 in the fall because we don't have a class right now. So this is what was at the end, and you'll see that that
Okay.
number will change.
I understand now.
Two different cohorts of graduate students, one in natural resources, including forestry, and then the education. Which is really good. I think it's something, you know, new, and I think it's a result of interaction with CSKT natural resource programs, you know, to try to fill that need. The other items in the packet include audits and accreditation update. You know, the audit is ongoing and will be prepared later
Excuse me,
this
Jim,
year.
Jennifer has a question. She's zooming in. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike, I have a couple questions. So, we had the legal department in this morning and they were talking about some of the needs that they have and problems that they have getting people into our legal system as workers. And I had asked them if SKC had ever contacted them to ask them about their workforce needs and if there are any programs that could be developed, and they said no. And so, I totally get that the housing crunch that exists here, but also, if SKC was more proactive about engaging our existing workforce, they could increase their Indian student count and help tribal members who are already living and working here achieve upward mobility in their work. And, so I think about DHRD and their needs, their constant needs for people with MSWs, so I think there's another opportunity for SKC, another potential graduate program like an MSW. There's a shortage of LACs. So people who get sent to treatment have to have they have to be assessed in a certain way by an LLC, and some people can't go to treatment because there's not enough people they can't go to treatment right away because there's not enough people to do that assessment that they need. So how are you engaging with the tribe and assessing the workforce needs of the tribe?
I think there's a lot of interaction that we're going to speak to later in the report as well, Jennifer, but who was in here earlier? Legal? The legal program? Yeah.
Yes, the legal department.
Yeah, we looked at, a few years ago, I looked at that 477 grant that DHRD had to help with workforce development challenges that we had in forestry and fire. And with very little success, of course. And I think that there's some strings tied to that 477 grant that was like income driven or restrictive. So I think discussion, in short, there continues to be discussions with tribal programs about workforce needs. Specifically where I'm aware of is forestry and fire. And I think that SKC is taking a somewhat a leadership role in developing a pathway to improve workforce pathways for natural resources. They are administering the contract for the Intertribal Timber Council for workforce development. I know that they're working on a couple of other items as well. Not specifically legal, of course, but and again, you'll see later in the packet, there's a lot of interaction between SKC and the tribe.
Yeah, because one thing that we desperately need, just to follow up with that, with the tribe, is supervisor training, customer service training. Those are things that we have that SKC could be providing. And again, it would be beneficial to both parties. CSKT would get training we desperately need, and SKC could count them for their Indian student count, but we currently don't have a partnership to do that.
Noted.
If I may, Jim, on a related thing, another opportunity, I guess an opportunity that came up the other day when Dewar was doing their report. And I think I brought this up, I think, when I first got on council, was a significant amount of, $1 billion investment in the infrastructure for the irrigation project and all the jobs and opportunities that provides. And so the college does a great job with hydrology, working with NRD in a great program, but not much on that engineering or that construction side of it, where we're talking about rebuilding the irrigation system of the largest irrigation system in the state, the largest irrigation system in Indian country. And so that opportunity that the Mark that was in here, he said in 5 years, the reservation here will be the largest place, and consistently for a decade, of construction projects in Montana. And everybody will be coming here doing that work. And so what a great opportunity for whatever we could do to, workforce development or whatever it might be. I look at it as a super opportunity to get into that in whatever way, shape, or form. And it might be a great opportunity for the college to assist in that. So again, I would, if there's some way to collaborate there, I mean, the welding program is exactly an example of that. But I think that for me, that was a good start for me. But to think about that kind of funding and projects is incredible. We've never had that here in my lifetime. And so it's to try to maximize it would be wonderful. Whatever the college could do to assist with that would be absolutely wonderful.
Agreed. As I mentioned, that the audit is ongoing and will be completed later in the year. And just to mention that the accreditation cycle, we're mid-cycle, and we're going to have a visit in April. The result of that accreditation will be available later in the year in August. And as you know, there's ongoing dialogue between CSKT Legal and the accreditation folks involving the relationship with the tribal council and SKC. So that's ongoing as well. Moving on, we haven't had any changes in our bylaws recently, nor the conflict of interest policy. And do you want to move into this academic programming to including vocational and distance programs?
Yes, so it's page 10 and 11. And we put the programs into a chart for you so that you can see workforce programs, certificate programs. So the workforce programs are less than a year. Certificate programs are a year. Associates are 2 years. And a bachelor is 4 years. And of course, the graduate programs are 2 additional years. And then which programs are offered at distance in addition to on campus. So if you look through here, you can see that, building trades, computer applications, dental assisting, early childhood, that's a partnership that we have with Head Start. Pre-engineering, the geospatial science, which is mapping, our highway construction training, medical assisting, medical office professions, office professionals, Salish language, and then our drone training. And so non-degree programs are the welding, our building trades, and the automotive repair. And then many of our construction, our vocational programs have multiple trades built into them that are stackable certificates. So when you finish highway construction, you have a Class A driver's license, you have hazmat, the Montana Flagger card, heavy equipment operator certification, and I think I missed one thing in here. But so you have those, and then when you do dental assisting, you do CPR and the dental x-ray certification. SKC is one of only 2 organizations in the state that you can get your certification for x-ray. And so we're offering those weekend workshops, and they're filling. So every dental assistant has to get certified to run the x-ray machines. And there's one company that you can pay quite a bit of money to, and then SKC. And we've been filling those classes because through COVID, people couldn't get the training. So now we've been very busy with that certification. With medical assisting, you get also your certified phlebotomy. And then if that's all you want to do, you can come in and do that and be a phlebotomist. And then a number of certificates in our IT department and then we do Safe Serve, AARP defensive driving, and a lot of those kinds of short-term trainings that people ask us to do for the workforce here in the Valley.
Sandra, can I ask you the at distance? So you've got 2 check marks one by business and one for early childhood education.
And also for, I think there's one missing. It should be for the licensed addiction and for social work.
So that at distance or remote learning,
Online, yep.
is that for a bachelor's in
Yes.
business? So they go through the full program?
They can. I will tell you that we have 24 programs that we've gotten approved through Northwest to offer completely online. But what we find is not very many students are successful in 100% online asynchronous offering. So we have tended to do them in more of a hybrid where some of it is online and some of it is through Zoom. So it's got a component of both. That works better. And we're in the process of gathering data on and assessing those classes because we haven't been doing it very long. And so we're refining the delivery, we're redefining the curriculum. We've offered professional development to the faculty that are going to teach online about how to build an engaging, high quality class.
You were doing it during COVID?
Yes,
That's when you started?
that's when we started, yes.
Okay. You've been doing it for 4 or 5 years?
3.
3? Okay. And so it's not a complete program, it's a hybrid program.
Some of them are complete and some of them are hybrid.
And that's for business, early childhood education, and the one more you mentioned.
Licensed chemical addiction and social work.
Tom, if I could,
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify, we went by the part where it said that there was no bylaw changes, and that is with the exception of what we was received from the council. Yeah.
Those are regulations and code, or, yeah.
That was a change to the charter.
Okay, but that's on the website then. In draft, well, I mean, it was approved, so. Right?
Yeah, we have a second, proposed amendment to go along with the ones that were approved last year. We have some new ones for this year. They're drafts still. So yeah, there's 2 sets.
And we'll post those on our website as they get approved for sure. And adjust our bylaws, I guess, if they impact, the regulations impact the bylaws or how we do business. We'll certainly have to look at that as well. Yeah,
Anyway, thank you, Bernard.
very good. Is Rob the guy to talk to at Doers for construction training, or?
The gentleman that was here the other day, his first name's Mark. But he does all the construction jobs. And so he's the one that, even if you had some kind of construction engineering, like light courses, like Flathead Valley does, he said, man, that would be wonderful. Because it's that whole scope of the project, having people can interpret some engineering plans and put it to the ground and implement the whole thing.
Yeah.
So there's just different levels through it all. But so yeah, Mark would be the guy to talk to.
Chairman McDonald, just before I came here, I spent an hour with Patty Hibbler and Economic Development talking about this very thing. And Michael Munson was in the meeting as well. And so they are working on that together. And they've made that connection.
In my mind, there's not a big crosswalk from our current offerings to develop a program that could be applicable to ditch digging other than in heavy equipment operating. I mean, there's probably more complicated than that, but it's like.
I think what I heard council say before, Jim, to the board was, in your community needs survey work, is that, what are the needs of the programs and the departments for their workforces? I mean, like they're the employer, the people that hire them, and then the workers. And, I may want to learn this profession and go anywhere in the world, but there's these things that have to be done here locally, and we need trained workforce to do it. And so I think that's where that connection, just like President said there, is really important to identify those needs from the employers that are here locally, what they need. And so it could be a collage of different offerings, I would assume, would be very beneficial to the programs that we have that need workforce. We've had lots of folks come in. I mean, housing came in time and time again saying we don't have the workers to fix these houses or do this or that. And we had just a shortfall of workers. Again, it was all there. There was a huge construction boom going on a few years ago with the real estate. And so that's tapered off a bit. So there's a little bit of a drop in that demand for that type of construction labor. But I think it's a temporary lull. Probably, I hate to say that. I don't see people not wanting to move here in the future. I think it's just going to get worse. But anyway, that's me. So do we build houses for them or not?
So also, Jody was in that last meeting as well.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And so we talked about her plans for building and our plans for building. And I was going to wait, but I'll go ahead and tell you now. We just submitted a very significant grant that we stand to get awarded. I would take bets on it. And it has 2 components to it. And one side of it is around alternative energy. But under that, we will be having all the construction trades, so carpentry, welding, plumbing, electrical, all of roofing, all of it. And then also solar design, installation and all of that, because you have to have the construction to do that. So there's, I think, about 8 different trades that would be in there. And then on the other side of it is a more technical piece of it, and that's looking at aerial mapping and climate modeling and work around that kind of thing. So, and yes, Mike is involved in that discussion as well. So there's two pretty significant components to this grant. And it will be a very good chunk of change if we get it. And then we talked with Jody because we're going to have a lot of construction. She's going to have a lot of construction. And we talked about how to maybe get people in the training and then apprentice them onto the work sites to get that next level up. The catch with that is the skilled labor, the journeyman, can only take so many apprentices per journeyman, and I think it's like 2. But at least it's the building blocks. So that's all in the works.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you're successful and get that award, because that's one thing. It's been a long, long, long time since we've had a journeyman program in any of those disciplines. And some of them we've never had. So we've never had a journeyman program in electrician or plumbing, carpentry we have. But it's just, wow, that would be, what a fantastic, because not everybody wants to get their bachelor's degree in business or whatever. We have all these needs. You know, there's just nobody, where's that electrician at? I mean, get on the waiting list, you know, get on the waiting list to get that plumber. I mean, man, pretty amazing. So that's great. Great news. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
I apologize. I talked to Jim earlier. I have to leave. I had an appointment that I'm 10 minutes late for. Just, you can advance the screen, just probably right click, left click, or I'll just exit out. Yeah, it is, but you should be able to advance. It just takes a minute. Should be working. Yeah, it says it's controlling it. It's just slow. It takes a minute. A little bit delayed, but.
Gonna push the mic. Yeah.
I think, you know, it was surprising to see all the offerings in workforce and certificated programs. And I think a lot of it is not very evident, and it's like buried in the regular programming, right? And I think that there's been some effort to try to daylight some of those opportunities. Human resources report.
Can I
I
just,
just missed that.
if you don't mind, can I just bring back up what Jennifer brought up? So we identified, and I think we mentioned this before to the board, the need to do some basic training for our employees here in the tribal government, whether it's supervisory training or, you know, all that kind of thing for our own workforce. And so it's kind of unique in some ways, but not really. It's when you get into a large organization, there's in-house training for advancement. There's customer service, like she said. There's hostile work environment. There's that's just a collage of things that should be available for employees, from basic first aid, CPR training to you know, fear of flight kind of thing. It's you know, shooter training. You know, hate to say that, some crazy person coming in the building, what to do. But that's something that would be great for the college to help us with. and provide that, and then give you more tribal member head counts or continuing ed credits or whatever it might be. Anyway, just wanted to not lose that in that scheme of that table. Thank you.
Yeah, I have noted that, leadership supervisory type training, and I'll include others as well, as appropriate for CSKT employees. Some of the best leadership supervisory training that I've ever attended, it comes from the realm of fire. And there's a leadership or action is leadership type of training that's offered around the Battle of Little Big Hole, right? And talking about leaders' intent and how the act of communication leads to outcomes for better or for worse. That's always been a great type of training where you're on the land and you're talking about strategy and communication styles between a number of different leaders. Another one that I've went to is around the Battle of Gettysburg, right? And certainly on land, on site, talking about different strategies and communication styles between some of those leaders in our country. So a lot of great leadership supervisory training again comes from fire or fire training. So and I think that could be offered to anybody in the whoever wants it, and we'll certainly try to make those more visible and available to tribal leadership.
Jim, the superintendent has provided a couple of different leadership trainings opportunities that, of course, he's gone through the U.S. Forest Service. And I don't know if what he's done is a little different than the fire that you're talking about, but he talks about it quite frequently. And maybe you could touch base with him on what he was mentioning before.
Yeah,
Shane
I know that they were
Henderson.
working on resource advisor type work and some of the work that he's done with the Forest Service as well. Moving on. Oh, we're lost.
We lost it.
Jennifer? Sorry.
Yeah, my other comment just about that, I think the leadership aspect sounds wonderful, but I also think it needs to be specifically tailored to CSKT and understanding our ordinance, because sometimes we've had supervisors fire people illegally because they didn't understand the ordinance and all the steps that you have to do things like that, because no one trained them. So being a supervisor in our organization is really specific. And so I just wanted to say that it would, if you do supervisory training for CSKT, it has to include something of educating people about some of the main aspects of our ordinance, the steps that you have to take if you fire somebody. Thank you.
Yeah, noted. I thought there used to be training specific to CSKT personnel through Stevens Covey or
No.
some contractor or something that
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I did it with
intro to
with Steve
supervision.
McCoy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was a long time ago, and
Yeah.
it proved very beneficial for us, especially making it through Office of Inspector General kind of investigations at the bison range. But we haven't done that, and I thought Steve did a pretty good job with it. But yeah, that was customized, but it's never been offered again. And that was a collage of supervisory training, sexual and harassment type training, customer service training. It was a collage that he put together. It was actually pretty good.
Noted, and we'll look into it for sure. See what we can do. The next in line there is the Human Resources Report. You can just go run through it with them.
Sure. So, this first set is the, hirings that we had from January through February because we were working on this quarter. And you can see which categories they fit in, the resignations that we had, and then involuntary terminations. And then I want to say one thing about this though, because, and I've asked for clarification actually, because when looking at 101A, it has tribal member and then tribal member of another tribe and then all others. But when you look at ordinance, and that's the tribal preference through the tribal preference office. But when you look at 69D, which is the preference for employees, it's tribal members, descendants, other tribes, and then I think all others after that. And so that's the policy we have always followed. And so that's what reflected here. And so I asked, why would it be one and not the other?
I think what we've noticed is 69D now is inconsistent with the 101A in the level of hiring preference. So,
Yeah, the hiring preference is tribal members from here, then descendants from here.
yeah, and I
Then
think one of them
everybody else.
has tribal members from here and then tribal from other or other Indian. So I don't know.
That's outdated.
That's 101A. Says that tribal members from here,
Not sure what's 101A.
it's the one through tribal preference contracting.
Oh,
But 69D is the one for employees. And that's the one we've followed very closely.
okay.
And there's discussion about which one applies to SKC, 101A or 69D now. So that's ongoing, right? And they're inconsistent. So just to let you know.
Okay. I think it would be the last thing that the council approved, which would be tribal members and tribal member descendants from
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Chairman McDonald, in the resolution, though, it states 101A.
In the
Resolution.
new regulation,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Oh, we'll have to let Brian know that.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Brian, do you have some?
Jennifer, do you have a hand up? Or is that a remnant?
Sorry, I just forgot to take it down.
Thank you. We have no anticipated or active litigation at this point. I think it's also noteworthy that SKC has not been unsuccessful in any legal action for 10 years, I would say. So, and that's because we're very diligent at following our policies, such that if something happens, we've made sure that employees have had opportunities to improve their performance, have had those discussions about whatever it is that maybe is not working out for them. And so, because the goal is, I mean, when you bring on an employee, you invest in them. And so we don't want to have a turnover. When we bring somebody on, we want them to stay. And so we try through professional development and through mentoring and coaching to help them to meet the needs of their job. And so we have not had any, and we don't have any pending now. And then the next one is the grievances. And we had a total of 3. 2 of those have been resolved. We have 1 that is current.
Could you refresh me on what the grievance process is and who do they go to?
The first thing that they do, and it is in our personnel policies, which are on our website if you'd like to look at them. So the first thing they do is they talk to the person that they have an issue with. If that's their supervisor or if it's another employee. If it's another employee and they talk to that person and they get nowhere, then they go to their supervisor. If it's with their supervisor, they talk to their supervisor. If they don't get anywhere, they go to HR. At that point, they work with HR through the steps. And right off the top of my head, if I try to tell you the exact steps, I will say something wrong. But they work with HR, and HR tries to help mediate the situation. And if it can't be mediated, then they go to the next level of writing it up for formal investigation. Then it's investigated, and then recommendations for remedy, whatever those might be, and then the actions taken. Most of the time, the grievances are resolved at the second step, which is they talk to their supervisor or the person that they're involved in the grievance with. Most of the time it gets resolved there, but if it doesn't, then it goes to with HR, and through HR's work, it usually gets resolved. Because a lot of grievances are misunderstandings or miscommunication. There aren't a lot that go through a whole hearing process.
So do any grievances make it to the board or they all stay at your level?
The board does not hear grievances. Yeah.
If the president is grieved, if the action is against the president, then the board will do it. But that's the only time. That's the only time the board would get involved. Moving right along. Question?
Yeah, there was, 2 that, made it as far as the HR, and the HR told them that they don't have grievance. One was because they were probationary and another one was, I forget what the other one was. So it clarified that we was working on the policies on that at last couple of meetings. We went over it again, the same ones, but and that wasn't correct information that they were given, so we asked to get it clarified, but because in the policy it says all employees have a right to grieve, but that isn't what they were informed. So that's one part that has to be cleared up.
Vernon, so I don't want to do this. I'm sorry. The one issue that I have to say that they were told was not grievable because the action they were trying to grieve was a year before and it had already been resolved. It had already been handled through the personnel process. And in our policy manual, it does say, if you look under probationary employees, it does say they cannot grieve their position. When you're in probationary period, you can end your work for lots of different reasons or no reason, but we don't do that.
If you recall at the meeting, I specifically asked, because the policy said all employees. I specifically asked that and you said yes, all employees.
And we're also looking at the policy in regards to benefits as well, right? Full-time, part-time, another, providing those types of benefits like bereavement leave or things like that. So some of the working sessions that the board has are, specifically looking at policies like that to try to provide clarity, right? Yeah.
So the next part was fun. We did a communities needs survey, and we went out to Polson, St. Ignatius, Hot Springs, Pablo, Ronan, Charlotte Dixon, Arlie, and Elmo. And we had dinner provided, and then we had conversations with community members.
Sandra, can I ask a question? I mean, how was that announced? I mean, I must have missed it somehow.
It was advertised in the Charcusta.
Was it? Okay.
Yep, for a couple of weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. And then, of course, we had a big social media effort.
I usually don't miss a free dinner or lunch, so.
I know, and it was good too. And so we had people that showed up, and what we were trying to do was we're building a new strategic plan. So we wanted to engage our communities in helping inform that plan. That's one piece of it. And so we asked about, things that the community felt like SKC was doing well. And then we asked about things that we could do better. And then we also asked about what could we do that would serve the community better. And so those were kind of the framing questions that we had. And we heard a lot of what you would expect us to hear about, the institution being a family environment, that we are respected in our community, that the campus is nice, and that our reputation of our graduates is very high. Some of the areas of challenge were around our visibility, primarily press releases and public communication, letting people know more about what we do in the community. It was interesting because some of the areas that they listed around working in the schools and things like that, we are embedded in many of the schools, but somehow people don't connect that to the college. And so we've been talking about how to raise that visibility. And then how might we better serve our community? And we learned some things. So part of it was around getting the information out to the school districts differently. Some IEFA training, connecting with student clubs. A lot of it had a K-12 focus. Providing tribal governance learning opportunities in the community more broadly. Offering more community programs like gardening and culinary arts and things like that. And then they talked about, there's not a lot for kids to do, and could there be ways to engage youth? And so again, some of this is probably our communication and not getting the word out very well because we have a lot of this stuff, but also it gave us ideas and opportunities. And so from this already, we have engaged Ronan, Polson, and Charlotte because the school district's graduation changed from a credit, you have to have so many credits to graduate, to more of a proficiency base. You have to pass certain things to graduate. So the schools are more willing to let the students come here to SKC to get advanced classes in the afternoon, but they're also more willing to let us offer classes on their campus. And so the career technical people and the academic folks are working with those school districts to offer more classes out in the community. We are also looking at increasing our offerings in the evenings because at some point in the history of SKC, they stopped doing that. I don't know when and I don't know why. But we used to offer night classes. And so we're
Okay.
talking about,
Most of them were night classes.
a lot of them were, yeah. So we're talking about how can we make that happen again and see what people think about it. We experimented a little bit with offering classes out in the communities. And that was met with hits and misses. It worked incredibly well offering night classes in St. Ignatius. Didn't work at all when we tried to offer them in Arlee, but we're willing to reevaluate, learn from our lessons and see what we might be able to do again going forward and make those offerings accessible across the reservation. And then you'll see there's a whole lot here about our engagement with other tribal departments. I will circle back briefly because we had started a conversation around offering, so we've had many organizations come and talk to our students, primarily in governance, around potential careers in law. And we had negotiated with the University Law School to offer their Indian Law Clinic at SKC every other summer. But then the pandemic happened and all of that kind of got put on hold. But we are prepared to begin those conversations again. And then we want to loop in, of course, the legal department here. Because at one point they were using, and I won't remember the exact term, but they were like lay, they weren't legal assistants. They weren't quite at the level of a legal assistant, but they weren't, but they had training. I know it was called something that I can't remember what it's called, but our tribe wasn't using them. And so I had asked about, is this something that we might use? Because it's almost like an ombudsman, but not quite. No, they actually help people like with legal forms and things like that, but they're not a paralegal because the training's a lot shorter. Many tribes on the east part of the state are using them, but at this point, we're not here. But we started having some of those conversations, and I'm sure that those will start back up again. Because we do have a contingent of students that are very interested in pursuing a career in law. Because Bonneville Power Administration and I forget who all came and talked to our students about the combination of natural resources and law. And that they really like to have students, they like to have practicing lawyers within their organizations that have that combination. And we had several students who were very interested in that, who actually ended up going to law school in Missoula. So we have continued to kind of look at what that might look like.
Chairman Dolson had a question as far as the strategic plan for the 24 to 29 is, how is the tribal council involved in that, or are they?
So I asked the strategic planning committee to schedule a meeting. I'm not sure that they have. They haven't. Okay, so I'll follow back up with them. They were meeting with a lot of different groups and focus groups to try to create this. And they have typically in the past met with council, so I'll find out where that is in the schedule.
We haven't met with them either, and we're on that same schedule. So they are, I mean, that was kind of these community survey needs is part of that process. And I think that, you know, that you see that they're finishing up that, but I think that there's some more that they still need to do, including
I think if
us and you guys.
Recalling when you were talking about last time you were here and you listed the folks on that strategic planning team members, I noted that there wasn't a tribal member on it. Is that still the current situation of the planning team?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think there's. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, I don't know the status of Michael Munson or
No,
Tony
she's not
Berthelot, if
enrolled.
they're both, yeah, if they're both, descendants.
Yeah, they're descendants. Anyway, I just wondered, asked that question before, and
There's still work to do, and I think.
well, yeah,
And I think that, you know, the results of this community need plus, you know, the interaction that they're gonna have with, I think that, the department, CSKT department heads were a part of that schedule as well. A work in progress, for sure.
That strategic plan takes a lot of organization because there's a lot of focus groups that we try to involve to get perspectives, different perspectives. And then you asked about the welding program. I did sign a letter of support for the ironworkers to try to get funding for their program so that they could offer it on an ongoing basis. Right now, it costs about $35,000 to have them come with their trailer and do this training. And they can only take 10 students because that's all that will fit in the trailer. But we had 11 students that took the training. They crammed an extra one in. 10 were enrolled members of CSKT and 1 was a descendant. We had 8 students that finished and 6 students passed the final test, so they were eligible to join the pipe fitters union or the ironworkers union. And the union says there are 5 currently working for the union. We are in negotiations for another round of training. This training was paid for by one of the tribal departments, engineering. And they were able to pay a stipend. I think it was $100 a day for each student. And they paid their fees because it's about $3,500 a student. We can't charge them at the college because the program's only 10 weeks long. It doesn't qualify for financial aid or scholarships, those kinds of things. But they were highly successful and the model really worked. And hopefully it can continue with another round. And again, unfortunately, many times these things come to funding, but this seems to be the perfect, if you can find the tuition cost, fee cost or whatever, and then a stipend for them, that seemed to be a really good motivation to complete the program.
yeah, go ahead,
I
Carol.
heard from one of the individuals that's down in Twin Falls or wherever with the iron workers. And he said, yeah, there's like 4 or 5 of them down there. I thought, wow, this is amazing. It's working.
So this is Mark from Dewar. This is the $1 billion program that we're going to have the largest construction activities in the entire state, starting 5 years from now and going for a duration of over a decade. So yeah, it could be very big and very significant. And so it is a good example, and they do have some funding. I don't know how far they could take that funding for the diverse needs that they have, but obviously they're willing to contribute to pay for this funding and do it again. But yeah, if the college could be part of that, I think it's wonderful, you know, because I don't know what you get for, you know, extra count for students with that, or if you get anything at all, I don't know. But it certainly is beneficial to the tribal membership here. And certainly some of them will come back and work, at least in the Dewar program or for some other aspect. I know that, yeah, we just don't have a lot of welders, and I ended up talking my neighbor into doing a lot of welding for us, for the tribes in general, and he's passed away now. I don't know who's going to pick up that slack. but he did everything for so many people from forestry and fire control to NRD, and it was incredible. So hopefully there's something there. Bernard?
Yeah, the welding, but then also the Seth Makepeace with that's in charge of all of that. That part was in like the heavy equipment operators are what's really going to be needed. So the heavy equipment operation at the college, if they would focus on what types of skills or what type of heavy equipment operation is going to be needed with the construction of the irrigation project, that would be the ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you could cross-pollinate between, say, like a timber harvester, a logger, and this as far as heavy equipment. But yeah, a lot of excavation, that type of heavy equipment. And then they intend to, break apart projects. It's kind of like with forestry and not have the big timber companies get all the projects, but break it down so the small Indian logger, small construction guy that might be a tribal member can get some of these contracts and break it apart and be able to have them bid and be able to afford it or break it down to a lower point so they don't have to bond as much. They're really trying to focus on that. So to maximize the opportunity for tribal members to be a contractor or work in this huge program that's coming at us.
Go ahead. Any other questions there? Go ahead.
And then the the exit surveys. So we had three people that left, and we had 2 exit interviews that were completed. Because one of them did not participate. And then the student data, when our students withdraw, we have student success coaches in the Department of Academic Success that make an attempt to reach out to the students, and we're fairly successful in getting a hold of them and finding out, what contributed to their withdrawal. Some of them are willing to share, some are not, but we keep that data. So we know some general categories about why they're leaving. Is it housing? Is it childcare? Is it academic? Sometimes they start and they realize that this isn't what they thought it was and they want to take a break. So there's a number of reasons. I think we have it categorized in about 10 or so different kind of areas. And then we're tracking that and trying to look at what we're doing around those issues and can we find supports that will support those students. We used to have a lot of students that struggled with not having food to the end of the month or mental health issues, but we have funded mental health counseling such that students and their families can access it either online or face-to-face. And we have a food program now. And so those issues that used to show up as why students were withdrawing have almost become non-existent. And so we know that those are services we're going to need to continue.
There's some really interesting demographics associated with some of that data. So you can see what demographic, like males, 18 to 20, what they're, if they're just coming and stopping out and they're coming and going and, or, like females from 20 to 24 and with children or without children. So I think it's really interesting stuff. So you try to, develop programming to target, some of those demographics.
Question
really,
about-
it's really difficult to capture the 18, the 20-year-old males, right? They'll come for a while and they'll stop out and then they'll come back or find a job, but, yeah.
Question about exit, surveys. I mean, does everybody know that they can do them? I mean, is it?
It's in the policy, it says that, but we have made an effort through HR. HR is the one. And every person, she says, can we do an exit interview? Whether, whatever the reason is that they're leaving, she'll say, can I have an exit interview to help us improve employee retention, or however she phrases it. So mostly so far, I think the ones will accept, we haven't had a whole lot, they've done them.
Moving right along. Current student recruitment activities, there's a lot going on there.
So we have a recruiter, but she actually has a different title than just that. So her name is Lindy Warden. She's the Director of Early College Outreach and Recruitment. And the reason she has that title is she does recruitment, but she's also the one who's out engaging the school districts and families and reaching out below college age. And I think she's also starting to reach into the current workforce as well. So she's doing outreach to let people know about our classes and what they can do. We offer classes to senior citizens free. And many senior citizens don't know that, but now that she's been out there, we've had a number that are coming in and taking classes, and mostly they take our Native American Studies classes or the art classes, but it's a good way to engage our senior citizen community, of which there are a lot. So she is working with our Gear Up and Upward Bound pre-college programs and our Native Youth Community Partnership Grant. And these have active counselors in 2 of the schools through NYCP, and in more than that through Gear Up and Upward Bound. We've had IT courses and some dental hygiene and math classes taught out in those schools. And then she kind of gave a list of activities that she's been doing with her recruitment and the tours that have been on campus. And so you can see that she's been very busy elevating the visibility of the college. And the way it works is she's the one out generating all of the interest and getting people excited to apply. And then they apply, and Juan Perez is our director of admissions. So once they apply, then she hands them to him, and then he begins that dialogue with students who are, as they become admitted and become students.
Any questions about that? Moving right along.
I just don't recognize that name. Is she from around here?
Pretty dynamic. She's Indian from another reservation. I don't remember where she's from. Other Indian. Pretty dynamic tour guide.
One of our students made a sticker for her called Tour Guide Barbie. And they dressed her up as in her ribbon dress with her hair flying, driving a golf cart, because she's amazing. If you haven't had a tour from her, you would very much enjoy it. And then the last thing that you have, when we were trying to talk about all the different programs and initiatives and everything that we're doing at SKC, what I wanted to do with, and there was a whole group of people that worked on this. And what we were trying to do was show how everything that we're doing at SKC is connected and focused towards a goal. And that while there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of activity and initiatives, it isn't that we're just flying off all over the place. There's a very intentional work to this. And so you can see, if you look around this, all of the different things that are happening and what's underneath of those, and how they all are focused on empowering students to elevate families and communities. And every single piece of this intersects with all the other pieces so that it is a concerted, focused effort. Even if it looks like there's just a lot of moving parts, it really is a lot of moving parts towards one goal, and they're all connected to each other.
That ends our report to the council, Mr. Vice Chair.
Any questions from council?
Take additional questions.
You betcha. Well, go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the council, and thank you, board members for the report. You know, in regards to the human resource issues that we discussed, I took note of the dates that these numbers that were provided was from January 12th, 2024 to February 16th, 2024, which is certainly not reflective of the information and the complaints that we received from not only the students, but from the faculty. And I feel that I would not be doing my job if I did not address this for the tribal member interest. We've had tribal members approach us and that were treated very disrespectfully. And these are people that are very well-respected faculty people over there that's been there for a number of years. And it was just very disheartening to me to hear how they were treated over there. And I don't expect a response. I just feel that you guys just need to hear this, because we had to sit here and we had to listen to each and every one of them. And so the information that I feel that you provided here today was totally different from what we heard from those folks. And it was just it was just really tough to see people treated in such a manner. And that's why I just feel I need to mention this. And it includes our students. We had a lot of good students that walked out of here. One that walked out of here, students that weren't even from around here, and told me about how they were treated, not only by not by you, but by other faculty members. And but I just feel the need that I need to mention that. You guys need to know that. You need to hear that, because that's what we were hearing over here. That's one of the many reasons why this council has engaged the board in such a manner, the way it is today. One of the many reasons. And I say that out of respect to you all, because I know you all have a tough job over there. We all have a tough job up here too. And like I said, I wouldn't be doing my job if I did not address those issues. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Carol, are you making a motion?
Accept the report.
Okay. Second by Bing.
Good job.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. So, yeah, so it's a quarterly report, right?
Quarterly report.
Okay, So,
And that's reflective of the date.
right, okay.
Yeah.
Cool,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, Vernon?
Yeah, I hear you, Len, and, I hate to be the one to sound like, I mean, the report usually is, well, a couple of points that I want to make. Number one, this was to be a board report to the council. And I saw this report last night at 6:30, and we didn't have a chance to review or any part of it or go over it. A lot of the information we saw in previous board meetings, but the actual report that the board makes to the council was never acted on by the board. So that's an issue that I think will remedy in the future. And the other part is because of the concerns that were brought to you guys, I feel like, the points that I make are to say, we heard the concerns that got us here, and it's not going to be totally, yeah, everything is rosy. We're doing everything perfect over at the college, because we're not, in the meetings themselves. I mean, well, like you just heard, the information that I was told in the meeting turned out to be, there appears to be some inconsistencies in policy, much like happens anywhere, the inconsistency between 69D and 101A, that's a tribal thing, the inconsistency between what was told in the board meeting and what now surfaced today as a different policy. We need to reflect to you guys that we are addressing, that we recognize the issue that got us here, and we're looking at all of those issues, and this is how we're going to address them going forward. That's my take on this. And if I come in here and sound like I was negative about it or anything, that wasn't the intent. The intent is you want a report. And I assume because of the concerns that were brought forward, that you want an accurate report, and one that was actually compiled by the board, that has the information that we want to put forward to you. So that's the direction that I hope to take this as we go forward. This was the first quarterly one. I hope that we do better in the future. So thanks.
Thank you, Vernon. Yeah, that's a point of clarity. I appreciate that. Typically well, not typically, always, at least in my tenure, the boards approve their reports that they're presenting to us ahead of time, or that's not the case. If you're putting it together real quick, then I guess that's a situation that you'll hopefully deal with better. But I just assume that that's kind of the case, but go ahead,
No,
Jim.
we got notice of today's meeting yesterday afternoon. So we didn't convene as a board to review the information and approve it as a board. But certainly look to do better, right?
Okay.
There's some lead time between the notice of the meeting and the board time that we have. We'll certainly take time and discuss that as a board before we bring it.
I really appreciate that, because that's, as I think as the governing body and every board is so important for the tribe's success. And I think every board member has something to contribute to a report, and making sure that they want to have covered what they think is important. So I really appreciate that, Vernon, that you brought that up, and appreciate that you'll take that in your consideration as you move into the next report.
And you notice the outline follows the regulation as well. The information that was outlined in the regulation is the information that we conveyed. So the discussion was highly directed by information in the regulation. So if there's other information that we want to share, we'll have those internal conversations as board members as we prepare for the next quarter. In addition to, right? In addition to those listed in the regulation.
I can, give you my best advice, Jim. That's when you make the request for time. Have your document
Ready.
finalized then,
Yeah.
when you make the request.
For sure.
Thank you. Jen?
Mike has, when is the date for the next report in the chat?
When is the date?
By the end of May, right? The next quarter? January, February, March, April, May, or June.
Last week of May, we got February.
End of February, end of June? Is that what you said, Mike?
No, May, end of
May.
May, it's 3 months from now.
Okay.
End of May. So the last week in May, let's get it scheduled.
Everyone would like to schedule the last week of May.
All right.
And if possible, when you submit the agenda request, to have the backup to go with it would be great,
Perfect.
instead of receiving it the way we did.
All right. Well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
I think that was our last item, so we will adjourn. Motion by Carol,